Okay, welcome everyone. We'll call the meeting to order at 6:01. Roll call. Looks like everyone here. We'll need a motion to adopt the agenda.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any,
Mike.
Mike, who was the second? Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll move into board vacancy candidate introduction and interviews. And I'll hand it over to the entity. Thank you.
This on? Okay.
Nope.
Hi, everybody. My name's Don Jamtas, and I'll be taking this part of the meeting to introduce the candidates. And the procedure will be each candidate applicant will come up one at a time and address the board with a statement. There's two that aren't going to be here, so they will have statements read that they have submitted. And after that's all done, then the board has an opportunity then to ask questions of the candidates after they've read their statement. After that's all done, and each candidate then takes a seat in the audience when they've read their statement. Then we will have a ballot selection, and each board member has a ballot that we'll fill out with names, and I'll go collect them, and we'll go downstairs and count. And it's going to take a vote of five to elect a new candidate, a new board member, a majority. And so if there's no winner, if there's no clear winner, we'll keep voting until there is. The board does have an option to suspend the rules, and after the first two votes, if there's still no clear winner, the board has the option to suspend the rules so we can start dropping candidates off that get the lowest participation. And so if that's understood.
Question?
Yeah.
So is now a good time for, if there's any candidates in the room, to go downstairs or no?
Yeah, candidates
I
are
wanna
all
make that clear to
downstairs,
everyone.
and they'll be brought up in the order on the agenda.
Okay.
And so first one will be Alma Deckert.
Andrew, question down here.
The time limit for the candidate to speak is 5 minutes, did you say?
As long as it takes them to read their prepared statement.
Okay. And then is there a time limit on questions and answers from the board?
I don't believe so. No time limit was set.
Okay.
So the first candidate is Alma Deckert, and speak clearly into the microphone so the streaming can record well, and address your statements to the board. And then when you're done, they will have an opportunity to ask questions, if any.
Okay. I'm Alma Deckert. I've come to be considered for appointment on the open seat on the board for the simple reason that I believe that I am in a position to represent some of the voices in the community that have been screaming to be heard, and I do believe that somebody like that should be considered for the open position on the board for the simple reason that, such a voice is necessary out here right now. I'm sorry if I'm not being very coherent tonight. I haven't really prepared anything. I've spent the last week chasing down my mom in a nursing home. She's had a stroke, so I'm not in the best shape here. Most of you know me already, and you know most of what my views and opinions are, and most of the subjects under consideration in the Valley right now. So basically, I'm just going to step back and say, if you've got anything direct to ask me, please do.
Alma, I was going to ask probably all of the candidates the same question. Sudden Valley has posted rules and regulations on the website. We have some members who complain that these rules and regulations aren't being enforced, and then there are other members who complain that they're too strict and should be removed. If you were selected as a member of the board, how would you address this?
By using common sense. I would hope that looking at something like that, it would become obvious that, you know, what the applicability of the rules to the context in which they are applied should be taken at face value, what the rules are supposed to be addressing. If there is a situation where things are happening because they're not being applied tightly enough, then they need to be tightened. If there's a situation where they're too tight and people are not being heard simply because everything's getting slammed down with a no before the question is fully answered, then they need to be loosened. But I think they need to be dealt with at individual level.
Hi, Alma. Good seeing you. Sorry to hear about your issues, but thanks for coming. You know, obviously there's limitations on what you can do as a board member, but where would you like to see Sudden Valley head to this year? Like, what kind of changes would you like to see happen, and you know, what would be your vision for the valley?
I'd like to see things start getting more settled. I'd like to see the people in this valley, and by that I mean the community, the actual people in this valley, start living here with a certain degree of peace of mind, of understanding of where they are and where they're headed, and have a lot less uncertainty and division that has been going on. I mean, I don't know, I got 3 of these in the last 2 weeks. I don't know how many of you got these things, and if whether or not you live in Gates that get these things, but these are the vultures that are gathering. The people who buy houses as they are, because people are desperate to sell to get out of here. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of families that I have heard of, and there are some people that I know who are leaving or are talking about leaving or have maybe wanting to consider Sudden Valley but no longer are because of the issues that we are facing right now. That is something I want to deal with. That is something I think desperately needs to be addressed. This community needs to be put on a more even keel and a more open communicative situation where the people who live here feel that they're being heard to a sufficient level so they don't feel that their only option is to sell to someone who's going to buy their house for cash.
Alma, thanks for being here, and nice to see you again as well. What's the first word that comes to mind when you think of Sudden Valley?
Home.
Thank you.
I also want to just thank you for being here in a tough week for you. Given that part of the duties under the RCWs of a director include acting in the interest of the corporation, what synergies exist between your current or past experiences and the experience that you see as being needed to fulfill that obligation as a board member?
I think that we're touching ever so slightly on more general politics. I believe, and I strongly believe, that we should not be going down the road of Citizens United. Corporations are not people. It's the people who are the corporations. And I feel that the corporation should be guided by its membership, its people, its citizenry, if you like. The responsibility to the corporation begins with the responsibility to the people who make it up.
Any more questions? Okay.
Duffy.
Thank you.
Oh.
Hi, Alma. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry about your mom. Really sorry. You said that you think of home when you think of Sudden Valley. I was just wondering, how long have you lived here, and do you foresee yourself leaving the valley?
It will be 17 years in February that we've been here. So we've been here for a while. I've seen a lot of water flow under the bridge here. I've seen a lot of things happen here. Some of you may or may not know that my husband had a major stroke 3 months after he moved here. My husband is disabled. My life in the house that I live in has basically been slowly built up over all these 17 years so that we can exist in that house, live in that house, given the fact that he is disabled and that he needs certain things to survive. So for us, unlike a lot of other people maybe, the question of just, dropping everything, selling up and moving is much more fraught than that. I'm sure we can't be the only people in that situation. There's lots of families here with their own issues. There's lots of elderly people here with their own issues for whom just dropping things and going somewhere is not really an option. You can't just move. Buying a house, selling a house and buying a house, they're not fungible, they're not interchangeable. There's a lot of things that need to be taken care of in that. So in terms of, I don't want to go anywhere. This is home. This has been home since we moved here. We put a lot of love into our house. We put a lot of living into our house. And that is something that I've said to somebody recently, the people should move to Sudden Valley for living and not for lifestyle. And basically that is the bottom line of a lot of expectations here. Excuse me, my voice is going like crazy. So in terms of moving anywhere, I don't want to go. And if you pushed me to it, if you told me if I had to move, I don't know where I would go. So I'm basically committed to Sudden Valley in a major way. And in one sense, that is why I'm here. I want to put that commitment to this situation to try and be a part of the solution.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, we'll have the next applicant.
Thank you.
You want me to act as Sergeant of Arms for the following people?
Oh, Larry's doing
Oh, no. Board members. When they have a question. Okay.
There's a lot of this procedure that haven't been worked out because it's never happened before.
So the next applicant is David Holland, and address the board, and when you're done, they'll ask questions,
Okay.
if there's any, and then you're free to take a seat.
Good evening, everybody. I believe in brevity, so my name is David Holland. Just really quick, I've lived in Sudden Valley since 1994. Married, one child. Ask me your questions.
Leslie.
Okay, same question. Sudden Valley has posted rules and regulations on the website. We have some members who complain that these rules and regulations aren't being enforced, and there are other members who complain that they are too strict and should be removed. If you were selected as a member of the board, how would you address this?
Addressing how the rules need to be applied, is what you're saying?
You've had complaints from two sides of the membership. You're a board member. What do you do?
Have to listen to both sides of the equation and then step back and look and see what is best to do for the community and as a whole.
Mr. President, AJ.
Thank you for coming today. I guess I'd just like to know, what sort of vision you see for Sudden Valley moving forward. There's obviously a lot of discussion happening right now around our community and in our community. So just kind of curious as to, what types of things would you like to work on, in your time on the board and where your efforts would be focused?
First and foremost, I think we have a very beautiful community and we have a lot of potential for this community. I would like to see us first work on the infrastructure itself, maintaining the roads, getting rid of, thinning the trees that we need to do that are dangerous to the community as a whole. Once that is set and we are in the black, then I think it's probably prudent for us to look at improving what we have and maybe rebuilding if we need to, and then trying to expand that and moving forward to make this a true destination.
Mr. President, Andrew.
Thank you for coming and thank you for being here. When was the last time you learned something new, and what was it?
Today, actually. I work for a medical company, which I'll remain nameless at the moment, and I'm assuming you want to know anything that I learned new. Doesn't matter. Okay. A particular application that we're using has some quirks to it, and so I've learned how to determine what those quirks are and work around them. I don't want to bore everybody with the technical details of what it is, though, so sorry.
Mr. President, Paula.
According to the Washington State RCWs, one of the responsibilities, a legal duty of a director includes acting in the best interests of the corporation. Given that, what synergies exist between your current or past experiences and the experiences that you see as being needed on this board to fulfill that obligation?
Communication is key to everything. Sorry. The roles that I had outside of, outside of here, required me to speak to diverse groups of people. Again, I'm in the medical field. I've been dealing with all sorts of people, patients, doctors, tertiary people to that. So being able to listen is key, and then communicating at a level that everybody can understand clearly and succinctly is the second.
Thank you. Also, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. President, Whitney.
Hi.
Hi.
I'd just like to know if you are currently, or have you in the past, volunteered with some of the committees that Sudden Valley offers, and if so, what were they?
Unfortunately, with my prior jobs in the 26 years I've lived here, I have not had the opportunity to do that. With the exception of, it's not necessarily a committee, but the Sudden Valley Auxiliary Communication Service, I'm part of that, and I think Mike is too, as a matter of fact. So, but no, I have not had the opportunity to be part of, an active part of the community in that respect.
Mr. President, Steffi.
Hi, thanks for coming. So you've volunteered a little bit here then. Do you have other experience, other volunteer roles?
Oh, actually, outside of this, yeah, there was.
I'm like, I assume you
But
do.
not with Sudden Valley proper, unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to. But actually, yes, the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office, their Emergency Communications Center, the ECC is what it's called as well. So I volunteer with that as well, part of the Whatcom County Emergency Response.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Josh.
So the board currently has quite a bit of diverse skill sets. What skill set would you bring to the board that would be beneficial?
That's a good question. Again, my background is more in the managerial and dissemination of information teaching, so I would hope that just the ability to listen and learn and research topics of interest. That makes any sense.
Mr. President, Andrew.
One last question. What's the first word that comes to mind when you think of Sudden Valley?
Beauty,
Thank you.
actually. Nature. I'll say nature better.
Okay, if that's all the questions, we will listen to the next applicant. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, he's not here. The next applicant is Rob Gibbs.
Is Daniel not here?
Good evening. How's everyone doing? Good. I remember during one of the candidate town halls, Josh was saying, "Well, I'm feeling kind of nervous." I know how you feel.
I still feel nervous.
Maybe just share, would you like me just to share some thoughts about me or a little bit about my story? Is that good? So I'm from Seattle, Washington, born and raised. About 2016, the Boeing company offered me a volunteer layoff, which I accepted. And around that time, Cindy and I were thinking about retiring. My sister and brother-in-law had found Sun Valley and invited us to come up, and we're like just enamored with the beauty. Absolutely loved it. A little bit about me. I think one of the in the application talked about some of my experience and my education and training that might lend itself to becoming a director. At Boeing, most of that time I was a quality manager there, and I spent really majority of my 37-year career in process and problem solving. When parts and processes failed, the teams that I led or were part of would go and try to find root cause analysis and go fix those issues. I received a lot of training in areas of like diversity, leading teams, lean manufacturing, employee development. And when I think back, a lot of that was learning to, when I first heard about diversity, I thought, oh, that's people of color. And really what I learned was it's more about people's life experience, their professional experiences, where they came from. I had an opportunity to work with people from all over the world, all over the country. And I had to learn how to listen. I needed to really listen to what they had to say. And sometimes I didn't understand them very well. And so I needed to ask a lot of questions. So I feel like that's one of the skills that I bring forward is the ability to communicate and to listen to people, to be teachable. Also learned that any important decision that we needed to make, either well professionally and even personally, it really needs to come down to facts and data. What are the facts and data, especially when in areas of expenditures of monies, going out and improving a process? What does the data say to us, and use that data to make decisions. Goals and plans for Sudden Valley. I'd really like to see us steadily improve in our livelihoods here, to have increase the productivity, safety, things like that within the administration. As you guys know, that we learned in our orientation, as directors, as a board, your role is to provide governance and to set the policies, and then the administration goes and deploys those. But I have a lot of experience in how to improve things, and I would like an opportunity to be able to try to help do that. I would like to see us take a really hard, better look at the reserve study. I think there's some data in there that's may not be correct, so that we can go forward with good data that we can plan from. And I think that with that previous comment about better livelihood, I think that we need to have dues that we can plan for, that we can see, that we know what's happening down the road. I guess that's about it. Oh, well, a couple of things I want to share. So I mentioned that when we moved here in 2017, I don't sit on my hands real well. And I looked for an opportunity to get involved. And at that time, live streaming of the meetings was starting to occur. And I noticed the communications chair would often get up from his seat at the table and go back and be touching the board. And I thought that's probably pretty hard to work the board and also engage in the meeting. And something that I like to do is deal with sound. So I offered to help in the communication committee. Also love to be down at the marina. So I got involved down there. Admin asked me to help out as the harbor master down there. So spent a lot of time talking to people about boating safety, trying to help out in those areas. Current member of the ACC, and I'm bringing this stuff up just to mainly say that I think I have a pretty good understanding of where the hierarchy of where the board is, committees, how our association works, and from that I have some ideas on how we can improve, because we can constantly improve. And I think that's all that I've got from a statement standpoint. Any questions for me?
Mr.
Sure.
President, Josh.
Hi, Rob.
Hi.
So you've been involved in quite a bit of things here at Sudden Valley. What's one thing that the association does or has done that you would do differently?
Well, I think one of the things that I would do differently is that I would have really good metrics that we as a community, as volunteers, we can see how things are performing in terms of productivity, safety, morale. I would have good metrics so that we can have make better decisions.
Mr. President, Leslie.
I have a standard question from me. Sudden Valley has posted rules and regulations on the website. We have some members who complain that these rules and regulations aren't being enforced, and there are other members who complain that they are too strict and should be removed. If you were selected as a member of the board, how would you deal with these two conflicting comments from the members?
I would do what I'm doing now. I like to communicate with people face to face. I'd like to sit down and have a conversation so I can better understand. I would want to know where people feel that a rule or a policy is incorrect. And for those that think it's a good thing, I'd like to be able to know about that. As a member of the ACC, we often go out and talk to community members about projects that they'd like to have done. And a lot of those projects they want to do violate the rule. And we'll sit down and explain to them why. A lot of people don't understand why they can't have a 6-foot fence right on the property line. And we talk about that we're a wildlife preserve and the wildlife need a way to be able to move within the valley. So I think a lot of times it's helping people understand why the rule is what the rule is and listen to them. And I think a lot of us who are on the ACC in that particular example I cited would say that we walk away having had a good conversation. People feel pretty good about it.
Madam President Paula. Mr. President, I apologize.
Hi, Rob.
Hi, Paula.
According to Washington State RCWs, the legal duties of a director include acting in the best interests of the corporation. Given that, what synergies exist between your current or past experiences and the experience that you see as being needed on this board to meet that obligation?
Well, could you repeat that? Let me try to understand the question, sorry.
That's okay. I'll just read the second part. What synergies exist between your current experiences or your past experiences, maybe through Boeing, and the experience that you see as being needed on this corporation, on this board to meet the obligations of the RCWs?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm really used to working in a regulated industry. We had the FAA coming to us, auditing us, providing requirements. And I think it's a similar thing with the directors. There is state law, there are bylaws within the community, and the role is to follow those processes. And I don't mean to sound flip, but I once had an auditor come in, and they were observing our process, and they had a problem with what we were doing, and we're like, well, no, we're meeting this, and they said, no, I'm reading this section word for word. This is what it says. And frankly, Rob, if it said that machine operator should have a pink tutu on while he's running the machine, I expect to see him wearing a pink tutu. And I think that the role is to make sure that we understand what are the requirements and ensuring that we are setting policy that meets those requirements. And there's a set of them. In the orientation, our attorney helped us understand that it flows down from the RCW down through our bylaws and Roberts.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Andrew.
Sorry to the audience here. Rob, what's the first word that comes to mind when you think of Sudden Valley?
Awesome.
All right.
I love Sudden Valley. It's awesome here. I mean, we have one side of Lake Guacamole, we have beautiful trees and wildlife. We actually have it down on the water as well. But I mean, one day you could go for a hike and finish it up out on the water. I love it here. This place is awesome.
Mr. President, Steffi.
Hi, Steffi.
Hi. So social media, it can be pretty ugly. What are your feelings? And, have people post harassing or inappropriate things or even just untrue things? And I mean, how do you feel about that? And
I have a lot of feelings about it, Steffi. I get on social media. Sometimes I'll put stuff out there and I'm like, did I really need to put that out there? Hopefully I haven't put anything out there that somebody feels hurt by. I would much rather have a conversation with somebody. Many times I've said to people, let's have a cup of coffee, and I've meant it. I used to tell the people that reported to me on Teams, if you are on the third reply on an email, then get up from your desk and go over and see them. Stop replying. And yet what I know is that the social media has just really become a way that people communicate. It is one way to get the pulse, I guess, I mean, you can pick up the pulse, but when people I'm just going to say, when people post personal information, hurtful, attacking things, it bothers me, and I in no way condone that. But I've also, an organization that I volunteer for, they were talking about using Facebook as a way to market the organization, and it's really, it's kind of a two-edged sword, I guess, There are some good things about it. I found boat parts on Facebook. And that's a good thing.
Any more questions?
No.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Well, thanks for your time. Thanks for the time and listening, guys.
Quick question, is Daniel not here?
Daniel is not here. He's not present and apparently did not submit a statement.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to mention that at the end.
Figured I'd ask. It was like,
Yeah. So the next candidate is now Karen Borchert.
Hello. This feels a little bit familiar. My name is Karen Borchert. Just for a little introduction, I've lived here for about 5 years with my husband and my 3 kids. My background is that I have a degree in finance, and even though I'm a stay-at-home mom currently, I worked for about 10 years in various aspects of that. I started out in an accounting firm, and then I moved into corporate finance. So I've done a bit of consulting, as well as budgeting, forecasting, finding cost savings, looking at financial statements, etc. My Sun Valley experience is that I've served on several committees here. I started not too long after I moved here. I joined the Long Range Planning Committee, just they had an opening, and I wanted to just get to know a little bit more about the community. I want this to be my forever home. I'm raising my family here, and so I got involved in long range planning. Shortly after that, I was appointed to a vacancy on ACC and then was subsequently elected to a position there. Currently, I serve on the Finance Committee and also on the Parks and Trails Committee, and actually helped to get that committee started. I was one of 4 Sun Valley Strong members that petitioned for the special assessment to create the Recreation Department and to fund our parks, pools, gym, and then include equal access to all our members for that. And as of November, that department is expected to come out with about a $17,000 net income. So we are on target for that. I tell you my experience not just because I want to have like a laundry list of things that I've done here, but I think it shows, number one, that I have an understanding of various aspects of the organization, of how things work. I know, for instance, from ACC, I know how new builds are approved. I've been down to the basement of the admin building, and I've seen the electrical down there, and I know the shape of that. I'm familiar with the reserve study from being on the Finance Committee, and throughout my service, I have worked with various members of staff, of the board, and of the community in order to affect positive change. I also feel that I'm solution and goal-oriented. I'm not the kind of person that likes to just talk about an issue or even just talk about a solution, but I think I've demonstrated an ability to put those discussions into a plan and then act on it, and then continue to stick with it and make it positive for the community. I believe I've also demonstrated a collaborative spirit through the committees that I've worked on. Committees are a really great experience. I think they give you an opportunity to meet with different people. You start out with very different perspectives and different opinions, and to come together at the end, finding common goals and common ground, and then building from there. So that's me in a nutshell. Any questions? Joshua.
Hi, Josh.
I was waiting for it to be official. Hey Karen, good to see you again.
Thank you, you too.
There's hot news right now about dues based around assessed property values. And being a numbers person, what is your opinion on that?
I just barely read that. What I'm reading about what it is right now is a percentage of the collective assessed value of the association. I think there are some positive things to that where it gives, just like our taxes do, it gives people a little bit of a break that might be in a tougher financial position, and maybe some people that can afford it more, are able to pay more for dues. It's definitely not, assessed value is definitely not an indicator of disposable income, so it's not perfect. I think there are some challenges with that way of doing things as well, which is, for one, I worry about what kind of an accounting nightmare that might, because you don't have just a set amount per person, and so in order to be reconfiguring those percentages or whatever all of the time, I think that could create some difficulty there. The idea of assessed value has been talked about for a long time, And I personally have not run the numbers, and I'm curious if anyone has. In my mind, it kind of means that half the people will be paying more than now, and half will be paying less. And with about 400 condos and I think 500 undeveloped lots, you know, that doesn't leave a lot of single-family homes that would be paying less than they are now. And so I think before we were to, if this was the community pursuing something like that, we'd really, really want to run the numbers and understand that, because I wouldn't want people going into it thinking that they were going to come out differently than how they really would. So.
Mr. President, Steffi.
I have a second part to that. Thanks for coming. So then overall, do you think that the state should be enforcing or creating our laws on how to collect funds or assess dues?
My personal opinion is that I think things are best managed locally. I am not a politician. I really would prefer to stay out of the state's business if it were. If they are determined that, they're looking at the entire state and they have their reasons for doing that, and we'll just have to roll with it. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, we need to focus on our community, our issues, and develop the solutions that work best here, and then work with that within whatever laws the state has passed for us to follow.
Mr. President, Leslie.
Yeah, I was wondering, Sun Valley has posted rules and regulations to the website, and we have some members who complain that these rules and regulations aren't being enforced. On the other hand, there are other members who complain that they're too strict and they should be done away with. If you were selected as a member of the board, how would you go about addressing both opinions?
Whether rules should be enforced more or whether...
You're given a problem, you've been contacted by two different opinions. Now, you as a board member, what do you do?
Well, I think that's a tough one, and number one is to, I think, assess how big of a problem it is. Is this one person's problem, or is this more pervasive? And I think that kind of would determine how much time and effort you'd put into it. Not that we shouldn't enforce our rules, but if it's, you know, just happening very sporadically, that's not, maybe not something that the board would spend as much time as if it was something that was happening frequently. The other thing I think to keep in mind is what is the purpose of an HOA? Well, we exist to kind of protect home values. So any decisions that we make should be made in those best interests. And so it's always finding the balance between sometimes enforcing rules too strictly, you know, people shy away from that. But then having rules that can't be enforced, then what's the point anyway? A while ago when I was on ACC, in fact, we had the director of security at the time kind of come to us and talk about, here's some rules that you have that we find very difficult to enforce, and here's why. And so if we made the decision like, yes, this is worth it, we need to go and we need to enforce these better, I would want to have a discussion with the people enforcing it and saying, how can we make this easier for you to do? You don't want to set rules that almost have no way of being enforced. You want to make that something that can be easily done without, you know, creating a whole administrative problem from that.
Mr. President, Paula.
According to the Washington State RCWs, the legal duties of a director include acting in the best interests of a corporation, among others. Given that, what synergies exist between your current or past experiences and the experience that you see as being needed on this board to meet that obligation?
So I would say the first thing that you would need in order to act in the best interest of the corporation would be to understand the corporation. And I think having the experience, not just the length, but the diverse experience that I have had would give me kind of a unique opportunity to be able to do that. Back when I worked in corporate finance, you know, you kind of see the jokes of accountants and they're in their little cubbies and they never talk to anyone, but that is very much not the case. We always worked side by side with the business so that we knew what issues they were facing, how we could better help, and so we were aligned very closely with them. And so I think that's equally important on a board, is to really understand the issues and the challenges with staff here, communicating with the membership as well, and then bringing those all together. It's kind of build that foundation like I talked about before, build that foundation of things where we have common ground or common goals, and then build from there. And I think I've kind of established some of those relationships and then have that diverse understanding of how things work now. Plus, I have a pretty, I'm a little nervous to say this because there's still so much to learn, but a fairly good understanding of the financial aspect of how the corporation works. And so I think that definitely helps. I love to get into the details of things and really dig into it and problem solve and see what drivers and levers are going to make things work differently. And so I think that I could bring that to the table as well, being detail-oriented and also having a focus on the big picture.
Mr. President, Andrew.
Karen, nice to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
What's the first word that comes to mind when you think of Sudden Valley?
It's beautiful. I absolutely love this place. All of this aside, this is the most community-oriented place I've ever lived, and it is gorgeous. I mean, I wake up every day so happy that I get to provide my kids with this experience to live in the woods, with the wildlife, with the various, opportunities they have, to go to the lake. There's hiking all around, in and through the neighborhood and getting better. There's other things, right? Lookout Mountain and all that. And it's just gorgeous, and it's peaceful when you can set this part aside.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Next applicant is David Narsico. Where do I sit? Oh, right there, okay.
Hello. So I understand I have a few minutes to say a few words first. And I'm thinking over the quite a few months and actually years, you've got lots of things that I've written about and have talked about. So a lot of you have a pretty good idea, I think, some of my views on various things. I guess my big concern about this year, because it's just an appointment from now to November, deals with the bylaw that was just passed and the policy basically to abide by the bylaw, which we really don't need, but in effect, this is what we have. I guess my number one concern, if I would be appointed, is to make sure, in effect, we abide by that. And I think, from what I've heard and read, that we plan and the board plans to do that. So I might say, I really don't need to be here. So, and that was a concern also about the recall. If in fact we are going to be doing that, my big concern since WUCIOA, and I've written quite a few articles about that and spoken about that numerous times, is to make sure we don't have a runaway train. And I think we're in a position where we don't. And I'm hoping we're going to be able to abide by that. So that's my number one concern. And in some ways, that's the primary reason I would want to be on the board. And perhaps, again, if the board, and from what I understand, you do plan to abide by that, I might really say, I'm not the one you want to pick to be on the board. There are some other folks with other skills that I think might be more advantageous. So I think that's about all I have to say. I have a lot of other little minor things, but I think that that's the big issue. So I'm open for questions.
Mr. President, Josh.
Hey, David.
Hello, Josh.
You've been involved in Sudden Valley for a long time.
Yes.
What's the most interesting thing you've learned through your volunteer work?
A number of things. I guess what some people see as a negative, and I might see as a positive, it's a real mix. And people that I've worked with over the years, like Mike and Leslie, and the people like Larry Brown and Carol Holton, they're people that oftentimes get cursed and get demeaned and vilified. And when I've worked with them, they're all hardworking people. And I'm sure you folks are the same, all of the people that I haven't worked with before. You get into the role, and their positions, when you put on, like people have been in the military or whatever, any kind of role that you have, you put on, in some cases, a uniform, literally. Other times you put on your suit, other times you put on your hat, and you wear the role, and you embrace that. And there are things that come with it. It's easy to see from the outside certain things. And I'm sure, like people sometimes even say about the new kids on the block, the sense is once you're in that position, you see things a little differently. And there are demands that you have to live up to, and certain things that when you're walking in, I've ended up voting against measures that I proposed. Because after you hear everybody talking about those things, you say, and there's a few that jump out, and I said, I was wrong, and I'll vote against my own measure. So there's some real interesting dynamics that come about, and I'm guessing that all of the folks who are, I would consider new kids on the block, are learning pretty quickly that looking at things from the outside are considerably different whenever you're on the inside. And then you feel like, listen, I'm not just looking after me, I'm looking after a bigger picture. We still all have our little selfish interests, you might say, but also you're imposed, you realize there's a bigger picture that is really important.
Mr. President, AJ.
In your answer that you just gave, you talked about voting against your own measure. We've previously worked together back when you were on the board. Me and a number of property owners worked with you and Sarah Holmstrom to put forth a motion to the board to put a 7% cap. At the time, I think we did present 5%, but the percentage was up for discussion at the time. And then that the board didn't even entertain the motion. I don't even believe it was necessarily voted on. Maybe it was, I don't remember. It was a while ago. After that, you proceeded to then pass a budget for a 47% increase in dues. And so, based on your previous response of voting against something that you proposed, which that kind of speaks to that, I would like to know kind of what the logic and reasoning for making a decision like that would be after you get up and say that they think the most important thing is to adhere to the 7% bylaw cap.
Well, it was interesting. I remember attending one of the Finance Committee meetings after I talked about the 7%. And there were a couple of things. One is, first of all, some people said, David, are you telling everybody that you own 3 parcels or 3 properties? One is, for a moment, anytime I voted for a particular increase, it's not quite 3 times as much, but I play a pretty good amount of money that goes into that. So whenever I look at those things, I consider, one could say I'm an altruistic kind of person. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Each of us have this mix of both. Now, the thing was, at the Finance Committee meeting, there were two options presented after extensive, whatever the Finance Committee goes through to get to the budget. And there were two options presented. One, the first year increase would have gone to $168, and the other was 123 or 127. For some reason, I had 123 in my mind, but the dues ended up being 127. I said, I don't like either one, but certainly not the $168 a month, which would have been option one, if I understand correctly. Option two would have given the 127. Now, the previous year, I guess, we had been talking about a $15 increase just for the roads. And I think one of the discussions that was presented that says, well, wait a minute, this 127, this includes a $15 amount per month that we were talking about for the road situation. I thought if you do that and take it back, if that would have been a special assessment, you would have 127 minus 15, which would have given us $112 a month. And I thought that wasn't too excessive. And certainly I would have liked it to have been less. Also, again, I'm giving myself 3 times that. So there is a piece of this that I'm saying, I'm interested in having some things done, and we need the money. And in some of those, I remember one of the meetings whenever we talked about this increase, and some of the folks says, we really did need an increase, even the folks that are part of the We Are Sudden Valley group, as I recall, at one of the meetings we had at somebody's home. And they said, we needed an increase. So there are some folks, even part of the, you might say the anti-group or whatever you want to call it, and actually weren't against that. So and then there was a part of it also, having been involved and seeing the kinds of deterioration that has occurred, there's this part of me that says, we really do need some improvements. I remember there were times whenever we were taken to and shown the kind of deterioration that had occurred. For example, whenever we were shown Barn 7, for those that have went through it, I mean, there were beams, what were they, 6x6 beams that were holding up the roof? I mean, there were 2 of them. You literally could run your hand between the upper part of the beam and the lower part of the beam. They weren't connected. The roof was holding up the beam. But there were some real serious issues, and then driving around and the roads and things like that, we had some significant concerns there. Whenever we had the city council members out one time talking about the roads, and they said, these roads really don't measure up to like city standards. It could cost up to $1 million a mile to have these roads done the right way. And we had 40 miles of roads, we're talking about $40 million. In a sense was there have been a lot of approaches to things that saved money, but still we had a lot of bills to pay. There's this side of me that says, as much as I like to have the limitations, as much as I know I'm going to be hit with almost 3 times what it cost, I still felt an obligation to go ahead and perhaps vote on something was a bit more than I wanted. But I felt, you know what, maybe we can bite the bullet. That didn't mean that necessarily we have to continue that level. Because one year a while back, whenever we were looking at the culverts, we had a special assessment for 1 year. We got both a special assessment and a dues increase passed, but it was temporary. It was for the 1 year, and then that special assessment went away. So there is an opportunity, could be, I mean, because the dues go up 1 year doesn't mean they have to stay up there. We could do the same thing. I mean, there's nothing out of the picture that says the next board could bring down the dues to $100 or $95. I mean, there's nothing that precludes that. So it's not as if that's the end of, you know, a reasonable dues increases. My primary concern is that people need some sort of planning guideline. And I think the That's why I was interested in some sort of cap of some sort. And again, we had talked about that 7% a while back that we worked on together. I know it's over it, but I felt that that was the best I could do at the time with regards to making a decision about the dues.
Mr. President, Andrew.
David, great to see you again.
Likewise.
What's the first word that comes to mind when you think of Sudden Valley?
I guess the nature, and that's why I bought into the place years ago. I bought in 1990. A friend of mine bought a house out here, and he said, we were in the Navy together and in the theater together, and he says, come on out and spend a little time out here. So I came out and spent about a week looking around, and he says, why don't you think about buying out here? I thought, you know what, that's not a bad idea. Because I kind of liked, I got used to being out here. I went through flight training, Whidbey Naval Air Station, and then I came back, was on the staff there. I went to graduate school at Western. So, you know, I was sort of becoming part of this, taught at Skagit Valley College. I was kind of part of this kind of community here. And I thought, well, why not? So, but it was so beautiful. What I liked about it on the tape that I got from Roger Ufkus and Tony Neske, they talked about the undevelopment. And at that time, the sense was, it really was an undevelopment. It was sometimes it felt spooky coming up to my house at night. There were no other houses up there in Gate 5. I thought, wow, I really am. So the nature is what brought me out here. I mean, that's the first thing. And what I also like, which is very interesting, in spite of the craziness with regards to our interaction, I like the community, and I don't mind the give and take. I was a philosophy major, and the sense is some of my best friends were people that I didn't agree with, because we could have some really good conversations and, you know, about some significant things. So I really like that. What I don't like is whenever people are vilified for having different views. I think it's very healthy that we have disagreements. And because I'm kind of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, you have people with different backgrounds, you look for some commonality to develop so that you can come up with something we all agree on. I think that's really important.
Any more questions? Thanks, David.
Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And the next applicant will be Michael Coydal.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Coydal. Just going to read a statement for you. My goal as a board director, if chosen, is to help guide the Sudden Valley Community Association in the directions that are prioritized by all of the members. As a Sudden Valley homeowner since 2003, I have not always closely followed the operations and budgeting of the association, and I believe that many members have done the same. Most people are too busy with their families, work, and other commitments to spend much time thinking about Sudden Valley issues. We all have a limited amount of time during the day, and I doubt many people would choose to use their valuable free time to involve themselves in homeowner association issues. I expect most have better ways to spend their time. For myself, it wasn't until more recent years that I started to pay attention, talk to neighbors, educate myself about how the association was being run, and become more active. This was important to me because I had become concerned that the association management was providing fewer and fewer services despite significant dues increases. The more I learned, my overwhelming feeling was that there had to be a better way. There seemed to be a dramatic inefficiencies in the management of the association, but little interest to consider or implement new and different ways of doing business. Rather than continuing with business as usual, the board and SVCA management should always be looking for ways to improve efficiency and streamline operations to provide better service for members at a lower cost. For over 20 years, I've served the citizens of Washington State as a planner and traffic operations engineer for the Washington State Department of Transportation. In my career, I've gained significant experience in roadway operations, design, construction, and maintenance. This experience would be beneficial on the board since roads are such a vital aspect of our community. The concept of service is important to me, and I always try to understand and respect the various perspectives of the people with whom I interact, whether they are citizens, colleagues from different agencies, or coworkers within my own agency. Sudden Valley Board directors should understand that they also serve the members of this community and should honor their wishes to the maximum extent feasible. I believe one of the most important obligations of the board is to understand the desires of the community and act on their behalf. Surprisingly, there's been very little effort in recent years to understand how the community as a whole would like to see its money spent. Board members need to find answers to some vital questions. What are the amenities or services that some want, and what are the things that everyone needs? Why are certain things prioritized for spending if extensive member input hasn't been received? It seems that much more effort should be put into learning what is important to community members than has been done in the past. Technology could certainly be used to understand how these communities' wants and needs, since so many people communicate via social media and other electronic means. In my opinion, our roads are the one thing that we all need to one extent or another, and the maintenance and preservation of roads should be the highest priority. This includes not only the pavement itself, but also the maintenance of the roadside vegetation and culverts, since good drainage is critical to the long-term viability of our roadway network. In recent months and years, many of the community have expressed concern and frustration that their opinions and wishes have been ignored. The most egregious example of this is the recent bylaw measure to limit increases in dues and assessments. Despite massive support for the petition, unprecedented voter participation, and overwhelming passage by more than a 5-to-1 margin, the board chose to implement a budget that increased dues by double the amount allowed. I feel that the board needs to build trust within the community by honoring our bylaws, rather than making excuses or looking for loopholes. If chosen to be a board director, I would honor the wishes of the community and uphold the bylaws. Due to my knowledge and experience, I feel that I am quite qualified to serve as a board director, and I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts in this fashion. Thank you for your consideration.
Questions?
Andrew.
Mike, great to see you again.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Too.
When was the last time you learned something new, and what was it?
The last time I learned something new. Interesting. Okay. Threw me off base. So I recently learned today, as a matter of fact, that we have the abilities within my department to evaluate crash history through GIS, which was a new process I was unaware of previous to today. So we found that very helpful because the previous way of doing it was a bit cumbersome.
Mr. President, Leslie.
Hi, Mike. Sudden Valley has posted rules and regulations on the website. We have some members who complain that these rules and regulations aren't being enforced. There are other members who complain that they're too strict and should be removed. As a selected board member, how do you deal with this dichotomy?
Well, I think it's important to understand what it is the rules and regulations are that people are talking about, try to understand the differences, why somebody would feel it's important to enforce that versus why somebody feels that it should not be enforced. But in general, if it is part of our rules and regulations, then it should be enforced. And then if there is good rationale presented by whomever, then perhaps that should be taken under consideration, but for the most part, the rules and regulations should be enforced.
Okay.
Mr. President, Josh.
Hi, Mike.
Hey.
You talk about having the community input with prioritization. What would be the most efficient way in your mind to task the association with that?
Well, I'm certainly no expert in understanding how to conduct surveys, but I know that there are many, many processes for doing that. I feel that previously the efforts have been done more in terms of mailers or attending meetings and talking to people, and those are all good things to do, but it doesn't really get the turnout that is needed to get a broad understanding of what the community's interests are. You know, the more answers you can get from people, the better your results are going to be. So in my mind, it would have to be some sort of an electronic survey. And again, I'm no expert on surveys, but you know, you got to reach the largest number of people that you can possibly reach. And so if we've got, you know, approximately 3,150 owners in the association, then the goal should be to get an answer from every single one of those. Can't really say how the best way to do that, but certainly kind of going away from old-fashioned methods and using some more modern methods would be the best way to go.
Mr. President, Paula.
One of the many legal duties of a director include acting in the best interest of the corporation. And given that, what synergies exist between your current, maybe with the DOT, or past experiences, and the experience that you see as being most needed on the board to meet that obligation?
So if I understand your question, so how would my experiences help me to meet the obligations of the board in terms of the association? So in my role, so as a traffic operations engineer, I will frequently tell people I'm the guy that you get to blame, because whatever's wrong, if the signal's not working the right way or if this is not working. So I've learned a lot in my years there of understanding how to listen to people and understand what their interests and roles are. And I think that that would help serve me to understand what the membership thinks for the direction of the association. So I think just that experience, being able to stand and talk with people for hours on end about a certain project that we're working on, trying to explain the perspectives from my agency, you know, why we're choosing to do this thing, whereas the citizens might disagree with that. And it's really about understanding where that person is coming from and trying to help understand and explain to them where we're coming from as an agency. So I think that would be beneficial for the board.
Thank you.
More questions?
Mr. President, Andrew.
Last question. What's the first word that comes to mind when you think of Sudden Valley?
Beauty.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So the next candidate is Michael Ashby, who actually is not present, and he has submitted a statement that Linda Bradley will read.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Board of Directors, Mr. President, and residents of Sudden Valley. My name is Mike Ashby, and I have lived in Sudden Valley for about 6 years. I am a former board member of the Sudden Valley Board of Directors. I was on the Finance Committee, the Long Range Planning Committee, the Golf Task Force, the Revenue Task Force, the SST-1 and the SST-2 task forces. I have held a 30-year career in law enforcement. I am the current Chief of Police at the Nooksack Tribal Police Department, where I have been employed for the last 13 years. I previously worked at the Ferndale Police Department as a sergeant and the Whatcom County Sheriff's Department as an officer. I am a master-level defensive tactics instructor and taught at the Criminal Justice Training Commission Police Academy for 5 years under contract. I was trained as a hostage negotiator, and I am an active member of the Western States Hostage Negotiators Association. In 2003, I was chosen to represent Washington State law enforcement and instruct at the Russian National Academy at the Sakhalin Island, Russia. I instructed use of force theory and officer survival tactics. I was recently appointed to the Criminal Justice Training Commission Board of Officer Certification, Decertification, which looks into claims of police officer misconduct statewide. I am a former small business owner in Whatcom County and current chairman of the board at a local credit union with 6 branches and $300 million in assets. I have been a member of this credit union for the last 25 years. My vision for Sudden Valley. When I was elected to the Sudden Valley Board of Directors 4 years ago, I ran on a platform of accountability, honesty, and transparency. I received just short of 700 votes, the highest vote total of any board member in that election cycle. I started a Facebook page and posted a section called Topic of the Day, relevant to current events and the board activities in Sudden Valley. The post was extremely popular with the community, much less so with the board of directors. I covered topics related to golf course spending, the library contract, waste in our security contract, missteps with our general manager, and SVCA finances. Those posts led to the former board president rewriting the Pledge of Allegiance, often referred to as the Code of Conduct, for the Sudden Valley Board. The proposed document suddenly included provisions that any information released to the community first had to be cleared through the Sudden Valley Board of Directors, or legal action could be initiated against the board member releasing it. Myself and another board member resigned in protest over the proposed document, and the new pledge was quickly dropped after our departure. It was simply a tactic to silence transparency and accountability, which differed from the standard board narrative. I still believe that the community deserves full disclosure and complete transparency from the board of directors. I still believe that the finances should be clearly and honestly recorded and open to the community to review. The association exists to serve the community who live here, not the other way around. Every dollar paid in dues should be accounted for and spent at the will of the majority for the benefit of all. This is the essence of democracy and the very basis for an association to exist. There should not be pet board projects, single bid award contracts, or financial waste on the level tolerated by past or present boards. There is a belief circulated at the board level and actually taught at board orientation training that the Sudden Valley Community Association is a corporation which is separate from the will of the community which funds and created it. That this cooperation has a life of its own and must be protected from the will of the community, if that will should diverge from the continued bloat of the corporation. This can best be shown by the board's recent decision to ignore the will of 83% of the Sudden Valley community vote by not creating a second budget option and not limiting the dues increase to less than 7% as demanded by the community majority. Both the board and I know that I will not be the chosen candidate tonight because I would continue to report the true spending, the waste, and the pet projects of the board to the Sudden Valley community. One thing that I did learn from my time on the board is that change is healthy, that fresh blood at the board level is needed to continue to lead this community. Thank you for your time. Michael S. Ashby.
Well, thanks, Linda, and since Michael's not here, I guess we can dispense with the questions. So the next portion will be the board making a selection, and each member will write their selection on the provided paper, and I will come around and collect, and we'll do a vote count.
Minnesota Bay. God, I'm just like sitting here like wiggling my toes with the shoes, just like trying to keep them warm. Start jogging in my chairs.
Bounce up and down. Yours are all
My papers, it's my full book. All right, we're gonna have to do something about that. That's ridiculous. That is not allowable.
economical. Logical. As long as they're not pre-filled out.
Right. I vote for both.
Yes.
Chair to get away from the call. Yeah. Should still be used to it. 10 years later. Just reactivate. I always prefer to be hot. It's like
Okay, after the first vote, there was no clear winner. It takes 5 votes to select a candidate. So we will have a second round and see if it changes.
You know, I didn't even look because he got my coffee. But there usually is. You can always put your hand in. Everyone cruising.
No, even if we well, in order to remove those who have had no votes or the least number, we have to know how many votes each person got. I don't know.
Scott, wait. I put a little bit of coconut oil in it because it's got almond milk and it just doesn't cut it. The acidity, so it's like just a little bit of coconut oil.
Whoever gets the lowest votes.
I don't think that we would have ever had this many for one seat.
That was spoiled. Let's just. What? Children really like this. You know what?
Way back. It was one seat open, I think we had 5.
Really? No, that was like, isn't that awesome?
The number 5.
It's been a while. Right, well, it doesn't taste right. Yeah, I do enjoy tea. You can't have tea though? Like I forget that stuff. Like a Diet Coke. I have 3 sips in and I'm like, oh no. Oh, when you start shaking? My heart starts racing.
Faith community is nice and quiet tonight.
Yeah, so my days have been really yeah. Although I just feel
No, I like that.
maybe you just need to eat.
Well, that tonight too.
Speaking of which, I know I'm gonna go get a cigarette.
Been here. Been here 50. I think all adults.
She says 27
I
years.
was in meetings all day, so I didn't get to eat a meal today.
Orientation.
Really good.
Long time.
Yeah.
Almost just,
And those folks better than most of them.
almost just don't, like my nail just.
Curtis gets out of hand here every now and then.
So, live streaming went down. But almost the entire presentation that I showed. And so I think
Okay, so the second ballot provided no clear winner. So Andrew has the option now to suspend the rules, and then subsequent ballots will drop the lowest vote getter out of the running. Does that understand?
Yes, so essentially what you just said. Go ahead, and do you want to explain, elaborate on the
Right.
parliamentarians?
Pull up the
I
motion.
think you
Well, you have to make a motion. The board has to have a motion to do this.
so moved.
Is there a second?
Do you want to make the motion as stated by the parliamentarian?
Yes.
What do you mean? You want me to pull it up?
And do you have a copy of the parliamentarian's statement that we can use as guidance?
For the final what?
The parliamentarian statement,
I do, I've got it.
can we read that?
Okay, this is the statement from the parliamentarian who was consulted, and the board can move to suspend the rules, change the voting rule to allow subsequent ballots counted. The lowest vote getter will be dropped from the candidate pool. And after the first ballot, if there is no election, we opted to have a second ballot. A board member could move to suspend the rules to allow dropping of the candidate with the lowest number of votes for the next and for subsequent ballots.
So moved.
As stated.
Second.
Any discussion?
Favor.
Mike?
I believe the parliamentarian statement means that from now on, just one person is dropped per ballot. Is that correct?
Voting side.
No, she said that all the ones that have the equal lowest would be dropped, I believe.
I'd suggest if there was someone who got 0 ballots, that they be dropped.
The lowest vote getter is dropped from subsequent ballots, so
Yeah.
That, again, now, is that one person or is that
She,
all? Okay.
I believe she stated if multiple people had 0 ballots, they would all be dropped on that
Okay.
vote.
well, if they had 0 ballots, they didn't get a vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then the subsequent ballots, the lowest vote getter would be
Would
dropped.
continue on each subsequent ballot that all of the lowest
Right.
would be removed. That's my understanding.
Okay, is that clear to everyone? Any further
Clear?
discussion? Go ahead. Did you have any more to add?
Revoting?
We vote again.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye or raising your hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, we'll see if everybody understands it. I don't think
Who do we drop?
Basically, this time it was 0, they'll drop, and then next time it's like multiple people with 1 and something like that.
Well, she worded it the lowest vote getter. If you have 0 votes, you're not a voter.
Well, then, that's still a
They would
vote
be the
getter.
lowest vote getter, though. 0 votes is still a vote,
That's right.
because
Yes.
they're able to.
That's why I'm saying it. I don't think that was a complete consensus all the way around, the way you were describing it, that a 0 doesn't drop them.
0 would drop.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you didn't say that a second ago. You said no, because that's not a vote.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Who are we dropping? Who are we dropping off?
Nobody.
Nobody
You
Nobody?
have to vote. You have to vote this
You have
time.
to vote one.
Oh, one more time, okay.
They'll drop.
Okay.
This will be the one.
Did you guys pass that motion? Was it more than 2/3?
It was unanimous.
Might need a bigger pack.
Okay.
Good.
Should go pretty fast now, since we're dropping.
Gonna run out of paper.
Someone will drop each at least one person will drop each subsequent vote.
Yes.
Hi, just so everyone knows, our live streaming is down, so if anyone was watching, you might want to say something that we're all okay in here. But yeah, just It's still recording.
This weekend, HBO was free for. I was watching. I don't know if you've ever watched David and Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yeah. Oh my. That guy. Oh, it's like he such trouble. This is so funny. Oh my. I love Seinfeld. Oh, and it's better. Actually, I think this is a little better.
I've found since having a kid, just like a 2-year-old wants nothing to do with TV unless it's super weight. Wheels on the bus.
And what's the purple dinosaur's name? What's the Barney, right?
We're not interested in that. That'd be great. All the old cartoons are really like this these days.
And that's not even an old one TV show. Well,
my kids are obsessed with whatever the most recent. Planes.
Oh, yeah.
I have this one.
Could be a lot.
Okay, after the third ballot, we now have a pool of 3 remaining to vote from. The remainder got 0 votes, so they have been dropped from the voting.
Who are those people?
And the 3 candidates remaining are Rob Gibbs, Mike Coydle, and Karen Borchert.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, someone has to get dropped this time, though.
Can't turn around that far.
Okay, we have reduced the pool again to 2. So the remaining candidates are Mike Coydle and Karen Borchert.
Should be the last one.
Should be 4 and 4. Could be, yeah. You have to draw a card. Play poker. Roll dice. Throw darts. Flip a coin. Flip a coin.
Don't get nervous.
Okay, we have a clear winner this time. And the new board member is Karen Borchert.
Yeah.
According to Robert's Rules of Order, the chairman of tellers, standing abreast of the chair, reads the teller's report, hands it to the chair without declaring the results. The chair declares the election of each officer or board member. The teller's report is entered in full in the minutes, becoming part of the official records of the organization. Under no circumstances should this be omitted in an election. So all I'm asking you to do is read the tally.
We had 5 separate votes, as you all know. The first 4 votes all were the same. There were 4 for one of the candidates, 3 for one of the other candidates, and 1 vote for the last candidate. That happened on 4 occasions. When the low vote getter was gone, we now have a vote of 5, which is how many you needed, for Karen Borchert, and Mike Cadell got the 3, because they were the only 2 for you to choose between. Welcome.
Okay, Karen, you're welcome to take your seat at the board.
Thank you, NNE, for going through that. Welcome, Karen. May I suggest that we take a brief recess and for 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
Yes.
By acclamation?
Second. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. So your name is now to be determined.
Are we all here? Okay, we'll go ahead and start. Return from our recess at
Gavel. Bang it.
7:47.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
Hit it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Old lady handed a bit.
Still learning. Okay, so Paula has excused herself for the remainder of the meeting. She's not feeling well. And Whitney has agreed to take on the responsibility of note-taking or taking the minutes for us. And also, just if Dawn is still here, want to thank you for you and your team on NNE for getting us through this candidate selection process. Okay, so we'll move on to announcements. Go ahead, Joe.
Good evening, everyone. Just, I want to give everybody a quick recap of the storm from the 12th of January through the 17th. The storm came in on a Sunday night. We deployed our trucks. Everybody got to the sprung structure, and trucks were on the road by about 8 o'clock that night. They stayed on the roads until right around midnight. They shut down and then came back at 4 a.m. to continue working for the rest of the day. We were running anywhere between 10 and 12-hour shifts during that stretch. Some a little earlier, some ran a little bit later. One of the things they did say in April, I believe, when we went through the last storm, is that we were going to change the process, and we were going to look at different options and different things to do to try to get the storm or the snow moved quicker. One of those things was looking at outside contractors, and we did finally find somebody who has a toy. And it was a nice addition to complement our staff and everything that they could do. With the narrowness and the steepness of some of our roads, makes it very difficult for our bigger trucks to get in and out, as well as into the condos. So with the use of this smaller vehicle, it allowed our bigger trucks to stay on the bigger roads to keep the bigger roads open quicker and better. With that, just so everybody knows, we used 10 tons of salt. We removed 22 trees that fell down, 205 tons of sand, and 3,500 gallons of liquid de-icer through this storm. So it was pretty comparable to the one we had last year. And when we woke up the third day, which would have been Wednesday, when we were only supposed to have an inch of snow, and we had anywhere from 8 to a foot, by Thursday night at 6 o'clock, we had about 95% of the community all touched and snow removed. So, and again, this year I was out there removing or taking people to bus stops, taking sand and salt to people. So again, we were out there. Another good storm for a place that it doesn't snow. Yes, Mike.
I would like to thank Norm and Bruce and all the maintenance crew that did all that. I know that 4 o'clock comes pretty early for those guys, and I don't think neither Norm nor Bruce nor maybe any of the maintenance people slept for those 4 days. And also, I think that you should also remind them that the snowplows help facilitate 2 emergency evacuations during that snowstorm, where the plows had to go in so that the ambulance could follow in and get back out again. And again, the 30 trees, some of those trees, the one that fell down by my house was about 24, 26 inches. That held up a lot of people for a long time, but everybody was good. I'd also like to thank Tom Fields and Dave Lilly for trekking out to the fire station each morning about 4 o'clock to change the announcement that was on 1610 a.m. regards the roads and the trees and the status of each and every spot. So thank you for all those people. And also, Joe, thank you for you.
Thank you. Yes.
Out of curiosity, what's the process for removing a tree during a situation like that? Do we use staff for that, or do you hire out?
We brought in, that was one of the other things, if we utilize our staff, we're pulling them off the road, so we brought in an outside contractor. We had them on standby, ready to go. Some of these trees, like Mike said, there was probably 4 or 5 of them that were at least 24 inches. It would take way too long for our staff to shut down and get those, so we just deployed that and let our guys keep doing what they were doing. Yes, AJ?
I'm assuming no one got hurt from the trees that came down, maybe some property damage, but no injuries.
No injuries to staff or people.
Good to hear.
I don't know if any cars got hit. Most of it was roads, some house, there was a couple trees that leaned up against houses, but nothing, no people got hurt, which is a good thing. No injuries at all.
Also, the sand and the snow melt and all of the supplies were dry because they were in the new sprung form structure, and they were usable when you wanted to use them, right?
Correct, yes. The new sprung structure, we have all our sand storage there as well as salt. So it was a much better product to put down this year as opposed to being frozen in the past. Yes.
This isn't a very serious question, but I know it's on a lot of people's minds. Do we still have a Zamboni?
We still do have a Zamboni down there, yes, if anybody wants it. Let's do this. There is a Zamboni down in Barn 6. If anybody in the community wants a Zamboni, just let me know and we'll figure a way to get it to you.
See, I told you.
It's still there if anybody wants it.
Hard hearing.
Okay. Great job, Joe, and to you and your team. Thank you. Any further discussion or questions for Joe?
Oh, I have an announcement, but.
Go ahead.
So as you may or may not be aware, the board selected me to be the Sudden Valley representative on the board of the Whatcom Council of Governments. We had our first board meeting this week. It was supposed to be last week, but due to the weather, it got canceled or postponed until this week. Just kind of wanted to give the community an update on what was discussed. It was the first board meeting of the year for the Council of Governments, so kind of more of a formality, talking about the processes and stuff. They went through the budgets, adopted the previous minutes. They elected the chair, vice chair, secretary of the board. There's 3 of the 6 small cities in Whatcom County. 3 of them have, they get to pick 3 of the 6 to represent the small cities on the executive committee of that board. So that was done. They made a resolution to work with the Opportunity Council on what is called the Whatcom Complete Count Committee. As most people might be aware, 2020 is a census year. Federal funding stems from census counts. Essentially, states, in a sense, are competing against each other for numbers to help secure additional federal funding. And a census is a no questions asked. It's everyone that's here. It doesn't matter if you're here illegally, you have a work visa, a travel visa, a green card, a U.S. citizen. Everyone is able to be counted through a census. So they created a resolution to assist and aid in any way that they can as this. And if you're not aware of what the Council of Governments is, it is a board made up of all the elected, well, not all, but a bunch of the elected representatives from the various jurisdictions in Whatcom County. So the Bellingham mayor, Whatcom County executive, there's 2 county council members, 2 city council members, and then I believe the mayor of each of the other smaller cities in Whatcom County. Basically the biggest discussion that happened was they have a list of transportation priorities for Whatcom County that they annually submit to the state legislator to try to secure funding from the state to upgrade transportation facilities. The big thing that they did, or they already had this, but they made this request to add one to the list, which was a Kendall Safety Trail. It's basically a trail along State Route 547. I believe a few months ago, a 14-year-old boy was killed out there riding his bike home from a friend's house. So they felt it prudent, and there's been a number of safety mishaps out there, so they wanted to add that. You know, there's just a number of transportation projects that, you know, basically these elected officials decide are priorities for the greater good of Whatcom County to put forth to the legislator. Maybe I'll just read the quick list of them. Grade separation, rail traffic solution at State Route 548. Sorry if that's not totally clear what it is. I'm not going to go and read every paragraph here for you guys, but West Horton Road Multimodal Corridor Extension Phase 2, Northwest Drive, Smith Road Roundabout, Birch Bay Linden Road, Blaine Road Roundabout, Mosquito Lake Road, Hutchison Creek, Tributary Fish Passage, Marine Drive improvements, Bradley and Line Roads Corridor Arterial improvements, the Duffner Ditch Culvert Replacement, and Slater Road and Bridge. Then those are the transportation projects. Then there was transit priorities. So operating support for the regional transit service, the Bellingham Station expansion, and support for transit electrification. So I just kind of wanted to keep the community in the loop on what they're discussing at these things. I am not a voting member on the board, but we do have a seat at the table to discuss things. And I guess my biggest thing is, you know, none of these projects are in or around Sudden Valley. We are a large constituency, and so, you know, we can gather together and have a voice collectively on things that we would maybe like to see. And we're talking county public road projects, not Sudden Valley private property projects. You know, but, you know, if there's things that we think are prudent that we would like to see happen, you know, for instance, maybe repaving of Lake Louise Road, particularly around the Gay 5 area, is pretty horrible. Intersection improvements at Lake Whatcom Boulevard and Lake Louise Road on the south end of town by the Valley Market there. I've heard lots of people talk about the Austin Street Lake and Cable intersection. You know, my board email is bod@tishletter.com. You can go to the board to learn how to spell that. I know it's all there. Feel free to email me if you have any further ideas, and, you know, I'm hoping maybe to kind of reach out to our community and get some input on what the community would like to see, and we can bring that forth. You know, as me not being a voting member, I can collaborate with Tyler Bird as our representative out here. He's not on the board. I believe the two county council members that are on the board are Kathy Kirschner and Carol Frazee. So, you know, we can collaborate with Tyler as our representative, hopefully get him on board with some of the things that we would like to see out here, and then we can bring that with him to those other two board members, as well as Sap Halstedu, our new county executive, and, you know, maybe we can try and get some transportation dollars being looked at to be spent in our neck of the woods.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks for the report. Any other
Thank you.
announcements?
That's what I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to property owner comments and board response, and we'll limit that to 15 minutes.
I'm waiting for the green. Nancy Alionak for Sandalwood Circle. My subject is conflict of interest. From Robert's Rules of Order, no member should vote on a question in which he has a direct personal or pecuniary interest not in common with other members of the organization. Two directors on last year's board were CAI lobbyists, and the CAI policies are in direct conflict with our bylaws, some of them. So those two board members did not do as they should. They voted the CAI party line. From our bylaws, a similar statement: board members shall abstain from discussing or voting on any motion in which they have a direct or substantial interest not common to other members of the association. Again, the same two board members did not honor that part of their agreement with Sudden Valley Civic Association. And to make matters worse, in November, one of those board members was voted board president by 5 of the current board directors with full knowledge they were voting for a CAI lobbyist who did not do as he should. I don't want this to happen again. I take conflict of interest very personally and seriously. So, as an association member, my only recourse is to vote to recall all 5 of the board members responsible for voting that CAI lobbyist into president. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm here to address something that has to do with the N&E committee. I reached out to Andrew today because I understand there is an attorney's opinion about quorum. This was a question that was asked by Fred Haslam on behalf of the N&E committee. I don't know why it hasn't been shared by the committee to help us continue moving forward to the SGM. So I'm here to ask the board to please see that it be released as soon as possible to the committee. We have a meeting coming up on Monday, and it would be a good time for us to look at things of how we're going to carry forward for the SGM. There are several people who were at the coffee get-together on Sunday, and when I guess this all came to a head is when I started getting videos and audio clips of people saying that the attorney said that we would be electing someone from the floor the day of the SGM. That's not going to happen, folks, because it's against our bylaws, and I cannot imagine our attorney saying that they're going to go against the bylaws. Only the business that was on the agenda that was sent to the membership in their voting packets is allowed to be business that is conducted. Electing someone from the floor that day is not on that agenda. So I am asking you all to see that we get that attorney's opinion as soon as possible. Thank you.
I'm Laura Glasgow, and I did want to thank, congratulations, Karen. And I wanted to thank the people that did come to the coffee thing, Leslie and Karen, and one of the girls, I can't think of her name right now, she had a horrible migraine, and I really felt bad for her, and so I thought that was nice of you guys. So I was gonna not do anything negative, and I just wanted to tell you my perspective, because I know there's a lot of rumors about us trying to shut down the golf course, but just for me, and because I've been doing the rallying and things, you know, and I'm in that group, I don't want to, and I thought maybe I'd just share this because it may reassure some people. I worked there for about 1.5 years, and I think it is a jewel of this. It's beautiful. I didn't know a thing about golf. I'm not a golfer. In fact, I used to just drive to the dog park and only pass like part of it. I had no clue it was so pretty and beautiful, and there's geese and deer and the lake, and I also want to say the golfers were wonderful to me. Wonderful. I honestly can't think of anybody that I didn't love, and I had a few disagreements. I didn't work for the golf people there, and several times I was upset, and a couple times I was crying, and these people were wonderful to me, and hope that nobody thinks that I changed my opinion of any of them. I really do love them. So for me, in fact, I was thinking, geez, I should have finagled some free lessons when I was there, but I didn't. And also, I don't know all the history of all of the finances about the golf course. I really don't. But I will tell you that the guys that ran it were really kind to me. The guy down there, Brian, couldn't have been nicer and more helpful gentleman. All the guys that worked in there, they were truly nice, good people. So I don't have anything bad to say about them. I don't know if that will reassure a few people, but just know that I don't feel that I want to shut that down. And I want to thank all of you for speaking. All of the candidates did really good. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Farias at 35 Tumbling Water, and I'm up here. I'm sad to be up here because I've been standing up for Andrew for quite a while, and he just lost my vote today, and many others.
Hello, Rob Gibbs, 14 Far Summit Place. I just wanted to thank the team that was out plowing. And I think, Joe, I think you had said you guys took another look at the plan, and this is a great example of what I was talking about earlier of process improvement. Thank you for that. Thanks for taking a look at things. Thanks for looking at alternatives. The term baby plow has been kind of going around. I actually like to drive that thing. It looks like it'd be fun. But, I got up Monday morning, walked out. I love the snow. I kind of walked around and I went, wait a minute, my road's been plowed and there's sand on it. And this is like the first day. So that was very cool. I also had a chance to flag down one of the plow drivers a couple days later and just personally thank them. I think that I encourage folks to do that when you see these guys. This guy looked really tired, and I think he appreciated a thank you. I'd like to bring those guys a few dozen Fleeing donuts, but I'm not sure when they all kind of gather for break or whatnot. I don't know if they're into donuts. I know I was when I was working. Also, if you are a marina tenant where you've got a kayak or a canoe in the rack, a lot of those boats are blown out. And Bob and I aren't really sure where to put them because I'm not sure which rack they go into. So if you're watching or listening and you got a kayak down there, there's a good chance it's laying on the ground. Also, if you've got a boat in the dry storage, we've had some really strong winds this last month. Some of your tarps are kind of blown out, and we do try to. One of our roles as harbor masters is to try to help out. I know some people aren't always around, and we'll tie things down if we can, but some of those tarps and lines are really in bad shape. So just wanted to make that announcement. Thanks, Joe, for plowing out. Oh, and Director Borchert, congratulations.
I just want to say for the marina, because I've seen that on Facebook about the loose kayaks and canoes, is it possible to put that on e-blast to the members? Because not everyone's on social media. Thanks, Rob.
Are there tie downs on the kayak holders? Like, it seems like that.
Chain them, but
They chain them?
still fly off. They're chained there so they don't go anywhere, but they still wiggle.
Are there any other options for that? As far as tying them down?
Yeah, there are options for that. One of my neighbors suggested I have all the emergency contacts for people that are in dry storage or in the wet. So if there was a boat that was almost sinking at one point, and I was able to contact them and let them know. Maybe with the kayak racks, it's the same thing as we get emergency contact information. But I kind of rely on social media sometimes to let people know, just see if they would come down. But there's a canoe that's been laying down there for a month. But now maybe those guys are, maybe they're enjoying somewhere. They're snowbirds and they're enjoying someplace warm right now. But
I have a suggestion. Maybe we could get like a waterproof sticker with their name and phone number that they have to put on there.
There's an identification decal that they can, is it?
Yeah, there's an identification decal, but also for human-powered vessels, the Coast Guard strongly urges people to put their contact information in there, because there's a lot of human-powered boats that end up on beaches, and then people, they don't know, did somebody fall out of it? You know, is there somebody out there they need to start a search and rescue? So that's highly recommended. We could maybe get that information.
The ones
out
that
to
are loose don't have any contact information on them?
They have a little decal on there that has the number of the rack number they're supposed to be in and whatnot.
Yeah, like a parking pass.
Yeah, and this is all good, again, process improvement. So we've been kind of concentrating on the boats in the dry storage and the wet, and I have that contact information. Maybe there's something we could be done with the kayaks and canoes, but there's a lot of them. I'd be honest with you, as a volunteer, I'd hate to be, calling every time something blows out, But if there's oil on the ground or something sinking, there was somebody whose stern line actually broke, and we were able to help them out. And they were out of town at the time, so Bob and I enjoy doing that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I could be a little cautious because I'm from the land of where everything's a projectile.
Yeah.
But for safety purposes, I mean, that might be a good idea to implement something where everyone's tying down their stuff appropriately and that kind of thing doesn't happen.
Yeah. We're gonna be talking about the coming year here in the next couple of weeks. So these are good suggestions, and we'll talk about it. In fact, I think there's a Parks and Trails meeting Monday too. So. Well, I'll get going. I know you guys want to get home at some point.
Thank you.
And so I'll just comment on Linda. So no, definitely not trying to hold anything back. I don't know if I can legally give out a legal opinion to anyone other than the board. So I guess unless Joe has any, can I do that? I mean, I want to. I mean, we can talk about it. In the event that all 5 are recalled, then we would know what to do at that point because we have an opinion. So.
I have a statement to make.
How do I get the people who need to know?
You guys, I mean, I've listened to the audio from your coffee thing. You were talking about the lawyer's opinion at the coffee gathering.
Well, yeah.
In fact, I made a little transcript of what you guys said. So it started with a community member said, what will happen going forward after the recall? What is the standard procedure for replacements? Who is eligible? Andrew, you went on to say that if all 5 of us get recalled, then there is no quorum of the existing board. So then the existing members of the board will need to appoint someone from the floor to make a quorum. Then when there is a quorum, then they can go through the process to engage with NNE, to go through the process to fill the rest of the board by appointment for those that were recalled. It doesn't go out to a vote to the community. Then another community member chimed in and said, are you saying they would nominate someone from the floor at the SGM? Don't we still have bylaws that have a clear process for how to appoint a director? And then you, Andrew, went on to say that the lawyer says we can no longer do business because there is no quorum. The organization can no longer operate. It is just like this upcoming meeting, referring to this meeting tonight here, where there is a replacement, at which point Leslie cut you off. And Leslie chimed in and said, you still need to vet this person to ensure they are a member in good standing, even if you do an immediate appointment. The problem with that is they can't do business because there is no quorum. Their business is selecting new board members. Then Paula went on to say that the attorney is the one stating we would have to appoint one from the floor. Andrew then goes on to say, that is not me making this up. Those are blatant lies. That's not what the attorney's opinion says. And it specifically says the exact opposite of that. So I have some major concerns that you guys are out in the community, like telling community members this. And personally, I think that the lawyer's opinion, it has no personnel issues involved in it. I don't see any, and maybe this could be clarified with the lawyer, but I don't see any litigation issues in it. And I think that maybe the lawyer's opinion should be presented to the community, since you guys are basically saying the exact opposite of what the lawyer told us. Now, I don't know what the rules are on whether we're allowed to talk about this. I've gotten mixed messages from people, and you specifically told me that we weren't, yet you guys were here at this meeting, not even a public meeting, discussing it. And I find that very inappropriate.
With your saying "you guys" when I asked a question about them being vetted.
Yeah, you asked a question about being vetted,
Yeah, I said it couldn't.
and then you said they can't do business because there's no quorum. That is also a lie. The lawyer specifically says the opposite.
It's also inappropriate to discuss it in a community-type meeting when you have the board position. That's where my concerns start with. You have coffee and conversation, which don't even get me started on how that is something political, and I'm striving that we're not going to act this way in the community, but we're going to turn our back on everyone and let you guys advertise for that. You go down there, you discuss the attorney opinion, you discuss it anywhere. If you discuss it here, if you discuss it in public with people, then you open up, you set a precedence that you're going to discuss it. You can't discuss the parts that you want to discuss, and why in the heck would we take anyone's word for anything at this point? I'm so frustrated. I started getting that video and I was just beside myself. Like, I really am beside myself. That this many of you participated in that. I'm disappointed.
The words honesty, integrity, and transparency come to mind for me. And I have the lawyer's opinion right here. I'm willing to read it out loud right now if that's something that people feel appropriate. I don't know if that's actually an appropriate action to take, but it seems in light of the things that have gone on, it might be, but I don't think that's my decision as a single board member to make.
So specifically, Linda was asking to receive a physical copy of, yes. Right, and all I was saying was I don't know if so that's what I'm asking. So I've asked that of council, if I can hand that over, because I don't know what can I hand that over to NNE?
They requested the lawyer's opinion.
I would say
Fred requested that opinion be asked. Why would we not be able to share it with the people that have to carry out the exact process that we need to go through? I mean, Linda's exactly right. They have to prepare for this SGM, and if this stuff actually happens, they have to carry out that process of what the lawyer says. And then here you guys are stating a completely opposite process as how it's supposed to happen.
So what we discussed, what we talked about at the meeting, or what I shared, was just a high-level overview of what I would see happening should all 5 be recalled. But I didn't pull out, because
Did you read the lawyer's opinion? A high-level?
No.
You didn't read the lawyer's opinion?
No, I didn't read it at the meeting.
I'm asking if you read it, period.
Of course I did.
Then how were you able to say what you said at that meeting? Because it is in direct conflict with what he told us.
So I'm trying to get to the bottom of this as much as you are, AJ. And
it's all on audio. We have video, audio, I came here today to put this on public record for our meeting because I feel like what you guys stated, I mean, Paula's statement that says the attorney is the one stating we would have to appoint one from the floor is literally a blatant falsification of what the lawyer told us.
okay, so I don't know if we can be discussing this in an open. I just want to move past.
Are we?
You guys,
What would you like to have happen?
Tell me what you want to do. I want to get to the bottom of it. I want to get the NNE committee what they need.
I think everyone in the community has been asking this question, and that is why Fred requested this. And it's not just this side or that side that's requesting this. It's literally everybody.
What are you asking to have happen?
I don't know what's appropriate. Maybe a discussion with Rich on whether we can release his memo to the community is in order, but
It is up to the.
I'm not willing to make a motion to just release it if that's somehow against the law or something like that. So I'm trying not to do the inappropriate thing but I was told by Board President Entrikin in a text message that I'm not allowed to discuss the attorney's opinion with anybody but the board. But then here you guys are at this coffee get-together discussing the attorney's opinion.
Not this.
You did.
Specific
You
detail.
did. You specifically said, I mean, do you want me to pull the audio up and play it right now?
Excuse me, this is an opinion between the attorney and the board, and it is therefore the board's decision whether or not to release it. So if you would like to make a motion to release it, we can vote on it.
So
I don't know if that's allowed.
wait, I guess I'm confused. So it's up to the board to release to the attorney opinion?
How did we get to where we are?
Yeah, we're paying for the attorney. Can't we decide?
Good question.
It's not up to the attorney.
We didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said it's up to the board.
Responding
It's up to the board.
member comments.
From my understanding, the president of the board is allowed to make an interpretation of the lawyer's opinion to give out to the community or to the entity. So that's probably one place to start.
Yeah, I want to give the NNE what they need. If that's okay to do. That's all I'm saying.
Would anybody like to make a motion that the board release this memo to the public?
I think the motion should come from Andrew as the board president.
The motion has to come from the president to the board for a vote.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, then I'll make a motion, as stated.
All right, well, point of order on this is, I'm not sure that you can make the motion and it can be seconded, but because it was not on the agenda, I'm not sure that we're allowed to vote on it.
I think we were trying to, but they were trying.
I know, I understand. I'm just saying that, that's just a question. I really don't, I don't know if you're allowed to vote on it because normally it has to be on the agenda for a vote to happen because everyone has to be aware that this is a possibility, that this may come up in the meeting, and they would have to be able to do their due diligence and read whatever it is they're supposed to have read, so that when they came here, they could make an honest vote and an honest opinion of what was transpiring. Otherwise, all they're getting right now is a he said, she said. And if you vote on that as just that, then I don't know if that's, again, I'm not saying it is or it isn't, it's just a question.
Why are you looking at me?
I'm just making sure no one else is raising their hands. I think, you know, some people are saying you can do this, you can't do this. My concern would be liability issues for the board right now, and I would recommend that you contact our attorney and try to get a response as soon as possible to see what the best course of action would be, so that we're all covered and all that kind of stuff.
And I did that prior to, in advance of this meeting, because Linda had reminded me that the NNE had requested that, so I asked legal if I could shoot that over.
Okay.
And here we are right now talking, and so that's what I'm saying, is I'm trying to give them what they need. I'm just trying to make sure that I can do that.
Okay.
So you just haven't heard back?
I just
yet.
haven't heard back, yeah. So
So it's in the works.
it's in the works.
Okay, can I make one further point? Then it isn't very ethical for anyone to be discussing that attorney opinion in any type of forum if we cannot release it. That would be my point.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on that?
No.
Okay, we'll move into the approval of the consent agenda. And we'll need a motion to approve items A, B, and C.
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Discussion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. General manager report, I believe, is as submitted.
Is as submitted, if anybody has any questions, because I know we have a long meeting tonight, so.
I have some questions. So on the first page of your, I guess I'll go off the page numbers from the agenda packet, page 3. The second bullet point under general manager, you said the department managers are beginning to develop 2020 CRIF planning. I'm just curious, how does the new reserve study that we're currently working on factor into this? Are you going off of our 19, or are we going to be working off of like the new one? I know the new one's not ready yet, so.
It'll go off of 2019.
Okay.
And then 2021 will go off of 2020s.
Okay. And then on that same page, I was just curious, under ACC, it discusses encroachment permits, and I was just kind of curious what sort of activities fall under encroachment permits. Is that like inside Sudden Valley right-of-way impacts from?
It would be variance reports, Rich, would be for property lines, for encroachments. If somebody need a variance.
Probably, but it's Sudden Valley encroachment.
So it'd be like a road cut a developer did in our roadway or something along those lines?
Well, or if you have a property adjacent to Sudden Valley and they want to put fence right on the property line.
Thank you.
Should I just keep going with my questions? On page 6, I was looking at the chart that was provided. So January of 19, we had 33 employees. In January of this year, we have 40 employees. Just curious as to, how we've resulted in 7 additional employees.
They're just people who are still on the payroll who we know are coming back. They're seasonal part-time. We still have 23 FTEs, which is what we've had last year. So we just didn't bother to take them off the payroll.
On page 10, there is discussion about, worked with the GM and security on how to access the restroom, sauna, meeting room, or the adult center. There's a statement saying transients and other unauthorized persons have been using the restroom. I'm just kind of curious what we mean by transients.
Homeless?
They're just taking the bus out here to use our bathroom?
There's homeless within the area and they just come and go.
Okay.
There's a shower.
Yeah.
There's a shower down there?
Yes.
And then on page 12, underneath the marina and reservations, there's discussion of moving a staff member from her existing position to the recreation department. I just kind of have 2 questions over that. I was hoping you could send, at least me, I don't know if any other board members would want it, an updated org chart that shows who works under who and what their FTE status is and the different positions that we have in the association. And then I'm also kind of curious how, so the budget was authorized by last year's board and voted on by the membership and approved, I guess. I'm just kind of curious how we're able to hire a new employee without some sort of increase to your salaries budget line item.
Right now, it is a temporary person, and if this does not work, we're going to revert back to what we were at. So this is just a process to see if we can improve the marina at this point in time.
So it seems like that would be eating up, I guess in my eyes, when you came with the budget, you said we need this many staff, we'll need this many temporary employees, throughout the course of the year. Obviously, our staffing fluctuates. So you came with this sense of what we need. So are we, by hiring said individual, are we now removing the ability to hire something else? Like how, I'm not sure how you can just like create another position with, when the budgeted amount should have been for what staff salaries are for. Or was there some sort of fluff in the budget for salaries?
No. Right now, it's under temporary, and then if this proceeds, then we can bring it to the board for a full-time position at that point.
Okay. And then, so under golf, golf outing business was up 44%. I would just like to say that that is great. I think that's really good. The one thing I'm curious about is obviously we can't just, likely can't just keep going up 44% every year with outings and stuff. I'm just kind of curious as to our ability to continue to increase outings. Is there like a cap we'll eventually kind of hit where we're now impacting like daily fees because we have too many outings, or you know, how much more room for growth, I guess, do we have in that outing stuff? Golf's not really my area of expertise.
With outings, the impact is minimal because it's not generally an all-day affair. You can shut something down for a half a day, and you have minimal impact. There is downtimes on the golf course, so you just readjust your schedules like that. So you can continually grow that to a number where it does impact, but again, it depends on the size. You might have an outing that's, say, 25 or say 30 people or 32 people. They won't impact the play at all. You just do a little modified shotgun, hold a few tee times, and away you go. So you can continually grow that business and put them in downtimes that you normally have. That's not a... Now, if you get into like the 120 player outing, then we have to look at how we would shut the golf course down. Okay. But the smaller events, you can keep going until you fill all your tee sheet.
All right, thank you. That's great. I think that trajectory is awesome, and I think that increases, you know, as you discussed at previous board meetings, just creates a lot of stability and guaranteed income coming in with the golf course, regardless of the weather, which, going to my next point, rainfall 2019, 46 inches, a 9-year low, and less than 1 month here, year to date, we've seen 1/4 of that almost in rainfall. That's incredible amount of rainfall compared to last year. Is snow factored into that inch total, or is that just rain and not snow water
I'd have
equivalent?
to ask, Jake, is that just rain or snow included?
Yeah, that includes snow, but it converts, when it melts, it converts to rain. So we have 2 electronic weather stations and a NOAA certified hand or physical gauge that we collect that in. So like last week, the snow we had converted about 1.5 inches of rain.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So it's like you're converting to like a snow water equivalent then kind of thing?
Yeah, it melts into the chamber.
All right, thank you. And then on page 15, I'm just kind of curious, there's the discussion of the maintenance backlog. There's obviously the backlog there, and then the maintenance workers' hours available is 120 per week. And so does that mean we have 3 maintenance workers then with 40-hour weeks?
Yeah, that's 3 workers that we have 120 hours to dispose of some of the routine maintenance and preventative, yes.
And then have we hired the new FTE that was approved in the budget?
What it's going to be is a half person during the summer. They're going to pull somebody from veg control and do it that way and hire a extra person in veg. So it will not be a full-time FTE. All we're doing is shifting the hours that were there. Because in the summer, what we do is we pull all our crew off and put them to veg control. So if there was any work, then we don't budget for it. So what we're doing is we're only pulling half that one person only for that short amount of time.
Okay. And then I was under the impression, so then for the veg control stuff, I was under the impression that we hired temporary employees for that whole work. Is that not the case then?
That is
some of our permanent employees and then we supplement with additionals?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I would just, there's been already discussion about the snow stuff. I just would like to say that I think the response to the revised snow plan was very positive throughout the community. Especially with the UTV addition. I think, baby plow is just blowing up basically.
To add a little bit more to that, we had a planning meeting, or actually try to close up this storm today, and we actually had John Gargett from DEM here with us, going over, trying to plan for the next storm and next year. So there were some gaps out there in this one, but we're going to close those up as well.
I'll say that my road was plowed, and we have never seen it plowed before. I've actually shoveled our road a few years now. I guess, I don't know if you have these numbers now, but you could email them to me. Just kind of curious as to last year's snow plan versus this year's snow plan. Obviously, as I understand, the previous general manager created last year's snow plan. You've revised it with some of your experience from the East Coast and stuff. Just kind of curious as to what the daily burn rate difference is on the two different plans, and then how adding the UTV in factors in that, and then how much, and maybe this is going to come up in the next board meeting or something with funding stuff, but how much of I looked in the budget, it said we had a 15K contracted services for snow removal, which I'm assuming is what we've used to hire the contractor who is running the UTV.
When we get all the stuff back, I will present to the board all the total costs. There probably will be some additional funding that will be needed, just like we did last year from UDR.
Okay.
So I'll get that, we'll have all that broken out for you.
When you do that, could you kind of provide maybe a daily burn rate? Obviously this varies a bit per storm or whatever, but some sort of metric so we can kind of see how much the two different plans are costing the association?
Yeah, when we did the budget for this year, I took a linear average over the last 5 years for snow removal, and then we ended up getting it cut down a little bit, so. My guess is I think I'm going to be real close to that 5-year linear average.
Okay, that sounds great. Page 18, there's a pie chart on incident category. It is, we're missed, you can't even read half of this stuff. I would just suggest we maybe put it in a more legible format where we're not having ... and can't even actually see what it is. Disturbance suspicious P, disturbance suspicious A. Maybe just a list is better, so we can kind of see that. I'm, always kind of interested in, what our community members are calling security regarding, and so, a lot of those are, some of them we can read, but some of them we can't. And
I'm kind of curious about the miscellaneous. There's 300.
Norm can answer that question.
I can answer that. Norm? You want to answer what the 300 miscellaneous was?
300 miscellaneous are calls that don't actually fit into a definition per se, like a suspicious person.
Right.
On that, there are things like, I need my car jumped.
Oh.
I lock my car and my keys in my car. I don't get courtesy. Those kind of, and sort of ACC actions such as reports of noise activity on Sunday where people are trying to cut their lawn. Those call specifics required by contract that when they dispatch to write a report, some of those don't fall into uniform buckets because those buckets could get very wide. So miscellaneous is used for categories that don't have a specific qualifier.
showers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of courtesy things. Thank you.
And then, I'm not 100% sure, is the packet delivery patrol part of your general manager's report?
That is, this started last year, and it just, Norm brought it in to keep an eye on packages within the community. And it just shows you the information that we did, and this year we did not have any package taken from steps. I do believe that was an issue within the county in the past where It's even worldwide or national-wide where people go steal packages off the porches. So Norm being proactive last year put this into effect, and we kept it into effect this year.
Okay, I guess I would just like to give my opinion on it, not to poo-poo on anyone's parade, but it seems silly. Reported porch thefts of 0, you know, I'm not calling Sudden Valley Community Association. If someone commits a crime against me, I'm gonna call the Whatcom County Sheriff's Office. And I don't know, it just seems like in the report that there was a lot of, you know, like it's not like some sizable amount of money, tens of thousands of dollars. It looks like $3,600 we spent. My opinion is it just seems pointless, and I just wanted to put that out there. You know, the summary says the project is proven to be a valuable service. I'm not sure that this report proves that.
Okay.
So a point of information, this report has been in effect for 4 years. Prior to this, and you may not call security if you got taxes, but many of your neighbors do. We also ask them, please notify law.
That's fine, but security can't do anything if there's a package theft. I mean, they're literally just following the carriers around, like basically spending gas, depositing oil in the watershed. I just don't see the point.
This is what this is, it's a deterrent.
I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just stating my opinion on what I feel like. So, you know, I'm sorry if you take offense to that, but that's not.
Please explain to me how you do that.
How you measure what? Deterrence?
Yes.
I just don't see how someone following a parcel delivery truck, I mean, that package, the guy who's gonna come steal your package, isn't gonna steal it likely immediately after it's dropped off unless that's the parcel carrier who walks away with it, which we have seen videos of that happening where they say they deliver it and then they walk back with your package. But, you know, most people are gonna wait and make sure no one's home and comes to the door. So like the timing of how you would even deter that seems completely random across whether someone's home or not and all of that stuff, so. So having someone just drive around seems, I don't know, maybe, we have a sheriff here, maybe he wants to weigh in, I don't know, probably not. I shouldn't drag him into this. I just wanted to give my opinion on it. I think it's, you know, not worth the money.
We did have a lot of packages stolen this year. It's when they're already plenty, but they don't have it like that. It's not an uncommon tactic for the thieves to literally follow the truck around and pick up packages immediately, because then they're picking them up before the homeowner has a chance.
Thank you.
I'm not speaking to the efficacy of what he's doing, I understand that is something that I'm aware of at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I think, Norm, would you agree that the frequency of thefts have gotten lower in the past 4 years? Because the whole reason we started it in the first place was because we did have thefts and we wanted to spend the money for that, and it was a deterrent, so that we continued it for the next 3 years. Is that correct?
It was continued on for just the reason you stated.
Yes.
And that's fine, I understand that. My position is just I disagree, so I wanted to say that.
The other thing that I have heard too is that when we started having the security on extra patrol during the time that the packages are being delivered, that our theft level went down to 0, I think. But Glen Haven, which did not have this program, still had quite a serious theft level. So maybe you can prove it, maybe you can't, but we just considered it a service to the members.
Right.
I was first.
You want to start?
Mr. President, you guys are supposed to raise your hand. Yes.
He did.
Josh?
I did.
Thank you.
And I was first.
Yes.
I know there was talk about Ken's Cozy Kitchen doing package stuff, package patrol, whatever we're calling this. Has there been any discussion of Amazon lockers at all?
None.
I think that's something that we should look into. I'm not sure where that can be placed, but, you know, there's a lot of community members who talk online about, hey, I got this person's package, hey, I got this person's package, and having something like that, they can, when they order something from Amazon, they can select to have it delivered to the locker location, and that could probably thwart, you know, problems with theft and also some of the mail issues that we do have out here.
We can look at it.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's not real, Glen Haven actually had a problem with a resident there, so, I mean, it's kind of apples to oranges, but and then I was gonna say, we were one day talking about Amazon, so you already said that. Moving on. Next.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you for those answers.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll move on to Treasurer's report.
Okay, treasurer's capital requests. The first one is for security cameras. You will find this information in your board packet starting on page 26. It is a request from Maddie Otley, the recreation manager, and Norm Smith, security manager. To request is a request to obtain capital funding for the purchase of security camera system for the community center to come from SURF funds allocated for Barn 8 emergency repairs. And I can read this if you'd like, but I just wanted to point out that it is, the system that was in there was an off-brand, and it's built by a Chinese manufacturer using an app called XMI, App for Access, installed by maintenance a maintenance employee who's no longer with us, and user access to the system was never properly set up. Recently, access to the system is no longer working for security, and the feeds can only be viewed from a cell phone. New staff professional has evaluated it and said that there are a variety of concerns regarding white box cameras built by this company, and the systems have several vulnerabilities which are detailed in the articles that are listed here. The community center is a highly used center. It states that there are an average of 745 total visits per week, with 450 distinct or unique users, meaning different individuals per person per week. And there are also board meetings here, committee meetings, et cetera, et cetera. There have been incidents here where things have happened. The one that I remember her specifically mentioning was somebody has come in and bungee closed a security door. And because the camera system wasn't working, we don't know who did that. We just found the results of it. Therefore, this quote, okay, there are enough funds left in the 2019 Barn 8 Emergency Repairs Capital Fund to cover the cost of the cameras. Emergency repairs of the community center was ranked level A in the SURF prioritization list. This quote includes 4 cameras, all materials for installation, and labor to install the cameras. We do not anticipate needing to obtain an electrical permit for installation. Therefore, I move, the Finance Committee approves and recommends that the board approve a request for $6,046.74, including tax, allocation from the SURF account for purchase of camera security system for the community center. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. This will then merge with our existing other security system, and it will be able to be accessed by our security team downtown. And questions?
Yes. Mr. President, AJ.
So I understand that the last GM implemented this, and I'm not here to indict Joe on this, but I feel like it still needs to be said because, well, I wouldn't think it needs to be said, but apparently the last general manager should have been told this. It seems to me that these cameras should have never been purchased in the first place. It was a poor,
I
hasty...
respectfully request that we discuss this issue and not past sins.
discussing this issue. So I would just like to say that, you know, it seems like this was a poor, hasty decision made. And I would just like to say that, you know, we need to make better decisions like that. I believe Joe can and is, but I think that needs to be said since, you know, clearly it happened. The user access to the system was never set up properly and stuff like that. You know, at the end of the day, it's the GM's responsibility to make sure processes like that go. You know, again, I don't think I need to tell you that, Joe. I think you know that, but this still happened. The biggest question, the other point I have is the memo discusses there's enough funds left in the 2019 barn aid emergency repairs. I'm not really sure how that's even relevant. This is not 2019. These are not emergency repairs. And I'm also curious as to why the cameras were never a part of the reserve study. And it appears, I looked at the 2018 reserve study, they weren't on there.
AJ, in a motion, point of order, in a motion, you have to stay, the discussion has to stay on the motion itself. You can't vary off of that and grab something else and bring it into it.
I'm discussing the capital request memo that was provided to us.
Yes, but you're not discussing the motion. The motion was to grant $6,046.74, including tax, for these things. Bringing up all the other stuff and going back to what should have been or what could have been doesn't have anything to do with the motion itself. You have to stay on the motion.
The question having to do with these items in the reserve study, why these are not in the reserve study, can I have help from staff on this question, please?
They're only about $200. The cameras.
Yeah, but the replacement cost for the real things that we should have is $6,000.
Well, the reason why you don't have cameras in the reserve study, because the cameras you have in place here now are only purchased for about $200.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm Maddie Otley, I'm the recreation manager, and that's exactly right. We've never had cameras here, so that's why they're not in the reserve study. So this is technically a new request to add a capital item, cameras, and that will go into the reserve study. So if it's approved, it would say, purchased this year, recommended to be replaced in however many years.
Are there other questions for staff?
Mr. President, Josh.
The only question that I have is why is there just one quote for this?
Yeah, the whole point of this is because we purchased an off-brand system, it created a really bad efficiency problem for us because all of our other cameras are on security solution contracts. So they're all on one system. You can pull it up on your computer and see the cameras. And the whole point is to try to get all onto one system, the system we already have. So we didn't think it made sense to go with somebody else because we already have a company who does every single other camera for the association. We just didn't think it'd be efficient.
Anything else?
Call the question.
Further discussion, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, moving on to the pump house equipment replacement. Let me get to that page. That would be on page 30, starting on page 30. There is quite a long discussion here on pages 30, 31, 32, and ending on 33 with the request for the funds. And I think that I'm just going to let you go over most of it yourself, but the high points that I want to point out are on the bottom of page 31. The county is doing an in-depth inspection of all of the facilities this year, and the flow-through on our pool is not sufficient to, for the county to approve the quiet pool. The other thing is that the existing materials that are in there are residential grade, not commercial grade, and therefore are not designed to last for as long. And given these facts, I move, the Finance Committee has approved and recommended that the board approve the request for $19,362.11, including tax and contingency allocation from the SURF account for replacement of the quiet pool equipment. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a second here. And these things are in the reserve study for replacement last year in this. Questions, comments?
I did not see the controller in the reserve study. I'm just curious as to why. Do we not currently have a controller then?
We do have a controller, and we're currently leasing it, which isn't a financially, I think, smart move, because it's not a lease to own, it's just an indefinite lease, and it's really at the end of its life. So I think that we need to stop paying for that, just buy the controller outright. The warranty on it is at least 5 years, and so I think it just makes more financial sense to just buy it.
Okay, and then I'm just kind of curious that you state the county is doing in-depth inspections. I guess I would, in future, if the county is communicating with us, I'd like to see the memo from the county stating that they're doing these inspections.
So they come every year to inspect the pool. We have to pay for a permit. They typically do a pretty quick walkthrough. They'll make sure the water is clear. They'll test our chemical levels, make sure we have the right amount of chlorine, that kind of thing. The pH is right. And sometimes they go into our pump room, and sometimes they don't. But they didn't send out an official memo. We would have sent that along to you. Our pool technician, Sesco Company, they service most of the pools in Whatcom County, and it was kind of a courtesy to us. They do surprise visits because they want to catch you off guard for safety purposes. That's their job. So they don't inform us, but the other service provider did give us kind of a warning. Hey, they've already gone into a few other pools, tested their flow rates, they don't meet the requirement, and they told them they cannot open for the summer unless they upgrade their equipment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, then the motion carries.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, moving next to the utility vehicles replacement. This does start on page 47. It's a little bit difficult to understand because you will see on page 47 and 48 the requests for the 5 service vehicles. And the chart on page 49 shows the leasing quotes for 6 items, and one of them included there is the mower, which we don't get to until the next page. And following that are all of the supporting documents for the different pieces of equipment. The John Deere, the Toro, the Jacobson, et cetera, et cetera. In requesting the purchase of the new utility vehicles, it says we are requesting the lease of 3 light-duty utility and 2 heavy-duty utility vehicles. For 3 years, we have pushed the vehicles to the next year due to funding. We're now in dire need of vehicles as the average age is 18 years old. We are spending more than the current vehicles are worth each year to keep them operational. And this is maintenance money is being spent on these things. These vehicles are used to maintain the golf course, the parks, the marina, and the common areas in the valley. Parks and turf care staff are the primary users. Even though they're used in the parks and marinas, this turf care staff does work on that. We will save an estimated $7,000 on parts and roughly 80 hours of mechanic labor hours by replacement of these 5 units. I've received 3 quotes for the purchase and lease. I recommend the lease option as it spreads the capital cost out over 5 years. At the end of the lease, we own the vehicles for $1. The expected lifespan for each of these is around 15 years and possibly longer. The current utility vehicles will be sold with the proceeds going back to the SURF account. Recommendation, the Finance Committee approves and recommends the Board of Directors approve a SURF allocation of $1,737.47 per month for 5 years for a total obligation of $104,248.20 for lease of these 5 utility vehicles. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
AJ, Mr. President, AJ.
So I just sent an email to Joe with a pretty lengthy email with a lot of questions on these capital request memos. I'd just like to say thank you guys for updating with the information. You know, the details are important in the capital memos, and so I appreciate that. So there's 5 units on this, and we're spending a little over $1,000 a year to maintain. I'm just kind of curious what the nature of those repairs are. Is like one of the things like the engine blew and we spent, or is that like pretty evenly distributed across the 5 units, or?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Jacob Close, golf course superintendent. So as far as the maintenance costs that are quoted in the memo, last year we had one engine fail that's currently dead right now, so that's, you know, a cost. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much spread throughout the fleet just with the age, and we have 3 different models we're replacing. But yeah, we wouldn't replace anything that had pretty low maintenance costs. We would put that off to another year, and we will do that with certain capital items from the reserve study again this year. If they're in good operating shape, we try and push them another year with minimal repairs. And we've known this was coming. We've pushed them for several years, and by putting them together at this time, we not only can provide a better package pricing, but the lease is more attractive from a financial standpoint, doing it all at once. So.
And then just a follow-up question on, or more of a clarification question on something Leslie said. Leslie, you stated just now that the repairs being done of the 7,000 come out of maintenance. Are you saying they come out of our maintenance's budget, or do they come out of the golf turf cares budget?
Maintenance does pay for the repairs.
Yeah, so those charges go to the golf course. Yeah, the golf course maintenance. It's a challenge. That's why we call it turf care, because there's always that, when you say maintenance, that would be the non-golf course maintenance, but all these costs are going towards the GL that directly charges golf. And we proportion our mechanics time for those repairs. So not only the repair hours, but the repair, the parts go towards the turf care and golf enterprise budget.
Okay, and then another question that I have is, and this is, I think, maybe more for Joel regarding the money. So when I look at page, well, in your financial reports, there's the reserve cash balance, the capital reserve fund document. It states net usable cash as of 12/31/2019 being $115,465. Obviously, there's still a $600,000 carryover that the board has, but I kind of just consider that like an emergency fund for things that would be an absolute emergency. I'm just kind of curious as to your opinion, Joel, on, you know, basically both this and the next capital request are together. We're looking at, if we bought them outright, we would pay $131,133. If we do the lease option, we're looking at $148,2940. That's a $17,000 difference to lease them over 5 years. I'm just kind of curious your thoughts on if you feel it's prudent that we would spend, if we combine the 2 capital requests, that we would spend more than approve more than our net usable cash balance as of 12/31 in our CRIF fund.
Well, I would say that really comes down to, in terms of, you'll have the cash savings, like you said, but then I guess the other side of that would be whether or not you wanted that chunk of cash to spend on something else right now. So I guess it would literally just come down to cost benefit of what you want to buy, so to speak, out of SERF versus the cost savings. Meaning if you think you could apply that $17,000 in savings, you know, like the number that you gave, if you could use that to buy something else that you thought was more useful right now versus, you know, realizing that cost savings in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, Stephanie?
Oh, I think you answered my question. I was going to ask about if we, well, you partly answered it. I was going to ask if, you know, every single one was necessary, if, you know, all 5 of these pieces of equipment were in dire condition, or if you were getting a break by combining.
Yeah, we definitely, as with anything, like we did with maintenance vehicles last year, when we put it, the more you buy, you get a better pricing. And that is the same case here. We have more than this, or we have this is not the whole fleet of vehicles. The reserve study would show there's a few more that took off in different years, but this is the ones that are past life and worn out and costing us significant amounts of money to repair. So,
Mr. President, Josh?
You know you skipped over me, right?
No, she was ahead.
Really?
Yes.
So there's contingencies on these items. Why are there contingencies?
yeah, and that was something that was brought up at the finance committee meeting, and I neglected, I meant to get these, if you want to maybe pass those out to the directors, Joe. Here's updated, this is the updated sheet just past the capital request memos. The reason contingency is generally added is for unknowns and things that were not foreseen, and that's always under the control of the GM. But for example, there was some concern that some bids are only good for 30 days, and if those don't get through to finance due to like the weather delay last week, we could actually get to a point where we could pick an option. It could be more expensive, but we eliminated that in this request to come before the board. So there's no contingency requested in the 2 memos. That's a change from the finance committee to the capital request tonight. Because the one that I'm recommending, the quote for John Deere, their bid was good for 3 months, so I don't anticipate, we won't need a contingency. So that has been eliminated in this request as an update from the finance committee meeting.
Mr. President, Leslie?
I do have one question.
Yes.
We have said that the repair work is done, the funding for the repair work is coming out of maintenance, and you said that it is being charged to golf. Even though these pieces of equipment are used for golf and for the parks, et cetera, for lots of things, it's all being charged to golf?
Yes, yeah, these vehicles aren't used by the maintenance department, and the costs are incurred to the turf care budget and the golf enterprise budget.
All right.
So does that make sense?
Yeah, these are golf-only vehicles.
We use them with golf and parks,
Okay.
yeah, they're not on-highway vehicles, so they,
Okay.
or these aren't set up as on-highway vehicles, so we use them like on the golf course. The majority of them, and Parks uses them a little bit because they only have 1 vehicle, and they'll use them, Lake Louise Trail maintenance or the rec corridor or what have you, AMPM, things of that nature. But that's pretty limited, I mean, in the wintertime, in the summer more. And that has an update. That updated sheet has the 2 of the 3 interest rates on there on the lease term. That was a question from the finance committee meeting, so that's noted as requested.
Mr. President, Josh?
Where do you say that these fall in line on as far as like top of the line or kind of moderate, or what are we looking at here as far as the brands go and the cost?
I mean, these are top of the line. I mean, they're not they don't have cabs and heaters and, accessory light packages and power lift on the beds, except for the heavy duty. So they're pretty, there's not a lot of options on them. So they're utilitarian. They're just meant to get us around the property, way cheaper than a vehicle, a standard truck or what have you. And comparatively between the different brands, you know, generally John Deere and Toro are the preferred vendors up in the area due to support and warranty repairs. The third brand, we're working out of Portland. So we sometimes suffer to get warranty work and parts in an efficient manner. Same with quality, that tends to be a little bit lower quality. So, you know, the John Deere, which is the first option in that tab, and that's my recommended for this purchase, is also, it's very high quality and cost effective. It's, I believe, the cheapest option. I actually gave out all my copies on for the lease. So yeah, they're not, I mean, they're just a John Deere Gator is pretty simple, just bed and steering wheel, and a couple seats and all that.
Call the question. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that was
3 opposed.
and a four.
I agree.
Carries 5-0.
Okay, and then the last item is the trim mower replacement, and that we'll start on page 50. Request capital funding to purchase a new trim mower. The replacement of the 2008 trim motor is being requested. It has over 3,000 hours. The replacement machine is rotary power versus being the reel-type mower, which will require less maintenance and increase productivity. Currently, maintenance costs due to breakdowns are high. In addition, we lose productivity when the unit has broken down, causing poor conditions compared to other golf courses. They secured 3 bids for purchase and lease, and again recommending the lease option. By replacing this unit, we estimate a savings of $3,000 a year in operational expenses and 40 mechanical labor hours each year. The lifespan of the new unit is estimated at 12 years. Therefore, the Finance Committee approves and recommends that the Board of Directors approve a SURF allocation of $734.17 per month for 5 years for a total obligation of $44,050.20 for purchase of a new trim mower. And you have the, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Mr. President, AJ?
So I guess I watched the Finance Committee meeting, and the question was asked at the Finance Committee meeting about whether or not we could pick and choose from these different vendors and still get the same prices that they're offering, and you said no, which makes sense. The vendors, you know, giving you a discount based on the quantity and money you're spending with them. I'm kind of curious as to why there's 2 capital request memos, since the pricing is predicated on buying all of those things. So if we rejected if the board ended up rejecting one of these, wouldn't that essentially maybe make the other one we just approved invalid?
When the decision was made to offer them as 2, I didn't have a quotes set up from all the vendors stating whether or not they could package price or whether we'd change it. So it's more of just an organizational thing, having them in 2 sets. There was also some discussion at the Finance Committee meeting still about buying versus leasing, and I wanted there to be options to do both if the Finance Committee so felt. If that makes sense, it was, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Mr. President, Whitney?
You also mentioned that we would be selling the existing equipment.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about what you sell those
Oh,
for and how
values.
they would offset some of that cost?
You know, the cart values range. The light duties will be worth probably $500 to $1,000. each. The trim mower can be, you know, probably best case scenario is about $3,000.
So total.
So total, we're looking at 3 plus, probably best case scenario, I'd say 8, 9,000 probably max for all the items listed in these two capital requests.
Mr. President,
So I'm looking at the math, and the $44,050.20 is the finance amount, including taxes. If we didn't include the $1 buyout in our capital request here, are you guys going to be coming back to us for $2 capital request at the 60-month buyout?
Where are you seeing that noted it's not included?
Because $44,050.20 is the finance amount of $734.17 times 60. $1 more would be $44,051.20.
I will take that error on myself, and I will make sure I will get that $3. You know, the dollars for each item paid myself.
I'm just curious, like, do we have to, like, can that just be paid out of operations?
That can be paid out of operations.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 1, 2, 3. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we're on to the 2019 audit update. Go ahead.
We're moving on to the,
Moving on to the 2019 audit update.
on the audit update, is that where we are?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Let's do a little background on this. About 2 weeks or so ago, when I sat down with our accounting manager, we will discuss the items that are coming up on the agenda for the Finance Committee meeting. And he mentioned that it's probably prudent to start now talking about an audit, because we want to get onto their docket early enough that they don't push us out till the end of the year, and that their calendars do fill up quickly, so it's a good time to start talking about it. We have signed a 3-year contract with Newman about a year ago, and he mentioned that there were some things that were troubling him about the audit that happened. And I thought that was a good place to start the conversation. Looking at the bylaws and the responsibilities for the Finance Committee, one of the responsibilities is evaluating the performance of the outside auditor and, when appropriate, however, at least annually, make recommendations to the board concerning retention or replacement of the outside auditor. Therefore, this was put onto the agenda for the Finance Committee meeting. It was put on the agenda when I knew that it was time to do the evaluation and that there perhaps was an issue. I didn't know what it was. We didn't go into the whole thing. And perhaps I jumped the gun by saying, why don't you reach out to the auditors who bid a year ago, and let's kind of be able to look at that in case we decide that we're unhappy with this one. And so that's how these 3 bids got put onto the Finance Committee agenda. Now, it was out there. It was on the agenda for the Finance Committee. It was published so everybody could see it. I didn't believe that it was hidden. I think that perhaps, moving forward, I am going to publish the agenda for the Finance Committee to the entire board so that they know, what's coming up, and there's no issues with not being told anything. So when we got to the Finance Committee meeting and we started talking about the audit with Newman last year, staff indicated that there were some numerical problems when we received the audit. Our accounting manager had to go over it and retotal columns and add things up, and we basically did our own sanity check on this. Further heard from staff that Newman did not present a management letter. We had to go and we had to ask them for the management letter. Further discussion from Finance Committee members stated that the report itself was not responsive. It didn't talk about what actually happened. It talked about things that might happen. And when the auditor was asked about making a presentation to the board, they said that they don't usually do that. Even though it's the board that engages them and pays for it, they don't do that. The other comments from other Finance Committee members were they felt that Newman did not understand the size of the job that they had signed on to, that perhaps they were used to doing small HOAs with a lot less involved in them. They came in and they looked and they did not understand our processes and how we did things. And this person also felt that the communication from Newman was totally inadequate. And for that reason, the Finance Committee recommends that we do not use Newman for our audit this year. We have contacted our attorney, and we find that there is no problem with canceling the contract that we have with them. With the board, okay, I will make the motion that the board do not approve Newman as our auditor for the 2019 finances.
I'll second.
Discussion. Mr. President, Stephanie?
Yeah, hi. So I was wondering, these problems that you listed out, I kind of just short order, I mean, you have them in front of you, I'm not going to repeat them, but like miscalculated and the letter and communication, blah, blah, blah. When you reached out to the company, whoever did they then get a response? Were they able to, articulate their problems?
I was not the treasurer then. It's my understanding that eventually they brought a management letter, but they had to be prompted to do it, which is something that is just totally expected from any RFP that we ever got from any other company.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then then they didn't want to do the presentation. I watched the presentation, so they were like, that's not something that we do. Is that what you're saying? The
management letter or the presentation to the board, they didn't want to do that.
Okay.
They eventually did it, but
okay.
They had to be.
Okay, and then you did say we have a 3-year contract, but the attorney said it was okay?
Yes.
Okay, and that letter was given to finance?
Yeah, right. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to do, I'm going to get it right here.
Okay.
I guess if I can find it. I looked at, since I wasn't the treasurer, I checked on the minutes from last year. Mm-hmm. And I found that on November the 7th of 2018, which is a little more than a year ago, it was a Finance Committee meeting. And the Finance Committee approved or recommended to the board to approve Newman and Associates for a 3-year contract. And it passed unanimously. This was recommendation from the Finance Committee. Because this was, they came, I don't know where they got their recommendations from.
Right.
About a little over a month later, on December the 13th of 2018, there was a board meeting. And the Finance Committee brought forward their recommendation, and the board approved that unanimously. However, in those board minutes, there was a statement that the new auditors have been on site for the past week reviewing SVCA's internal controls and meeting with staff And this was before the board approved them as our new auditor. I find that troubling.
So I guess for me, there's a motion on the floor essentially to terminate a contract with the auditor. You know, I watched the finance committee meeting and there was discussion about timeliness of emails. That's a vague statement with no context. I guess I sent this as in part of my email to Joe about the capital request memos, like vague statements with no context, like significant maintenance costs or high cost, like high in relation to what, significant in relation to what. We need some context on that. Like, Joe, you're saying that he didn't provide the management letter and you had to prompt him for it. Like, how timely did he get that to you then after prompting him for it?
It took 7 times.
7 times, okay, that's, you know, probably a bit too much. 7 times over the course of how many days, weeks, months?
About 5, 6 weeks.
Okay. I mean, I guess I just have concerns. I don't have the contract. I don't know what the termination clauses are in said contract. You just stated that the attorneys weighed in on whether or not we have a standing to terminate this contract per the termination clauses in the contract. I haven't seen that attorney's opinion. I don't really, we as the board, like, staff is not the one who hires the auditor. The bylaws specifically state that the auditor responsibility is of the board.
Right.
And so if we're gonna make a motion to terminate this contract with him, I guess I don't feel comfortable voting on said motion without having all of those details to look at to make sure we're not potentially taking on some sort of litigation that could happen because of a wrongful termination or something like that. There's also other reasons. Someone on the finance committee stated that the presentation was deplorable. I'm not even really sure what that means exactly. That's another kind of vague statement. Another finance committee member said that it wasn't the best presentation, but it wasn't the worst he's ever seen. I agree, the guy wasn't the best presenter. At the end of the day, I mean, he's a CPA, not a public speaker. You know, for me personally, because of the nature of this, I feel like there needs to be more information provided to us before we could make this decision. I would like to see the lawyer's opinion that says we can terminate this contract before I vote on it. You know, there was some discrepancies brought up by Linda to Joel through an information request. And I'm just curious as to, you know, with every contract, at least in my line of work, we have a scope of work that goes with the contract. Was the management letter included in the scope of work? Like, what, I don't know the scope of work. I don't know how to, like, do any of that. And in my experience in hiring consultants in the engineering world is, if, like, this is his first time doing our books, his first time learning this process of quite possibly what might be the largest HOA in the world. I'm fairly certain we're one of the biggest in the country, at the very least. Like,
You're the second largest
there
in the
is a lot of complexities to this. We have an enormous amount of staff compared to probably most HOAs. Like, there is a little bit of a learning curve that goes with that. And at the end of the day, too, it is also on staff as our accountant, which I believe Joel came in after this, but our previous accountant was the reviewer, or maybe it was Jennifer. I don't really know the timeline and all that, but it seems like, at least for me in my world of engineering, I hire a consultant to do a design for me. I don't just take said design and shelf it and be like, okay, it's done. I review the design, make sure it's accurate per my standards, and I would assume something like that transpires with this audit as well. So if there was misstatements from the auditor, then it seems like there should have been 2 sets of eyes at least on this to catch that. It's not just on the auditor either. And so I guess I'm making a motion, I'm amending Leslie's motion to table this vote until we can get, at the very least, I want the lawyer's opinion on whether we can terminate this contract without any sort of repercussions.
Second.
What do you think? Who seconded?
Mike seconded it.
Any further discussion on the amended motion?
AJ, just so you know, when you do an audit, standard protocol is to provide the client with a management letter. That is standard.
I understand that, but standard protocol when signing the contract is there's also a scope of work, which I don't have in front of me either. You know, and so I just have reservations because at the end of the day, like, this isn't, like, you guys are the ones being audited over on that end, like, not the board. We are the ones hiring the auditor to make sure everything's on the up and up with staff. And, like, you know, that's not an indictment on staff. There was a couple control deficiencies that were addressed in the audit that they weren't enormous big deals, but, you know, there was two, I believe. One was reconciliation of the bank statements, which we do, but it was stated by a finance committee member that we do that, and then that was one of the reasons why we should fire him, is because he recommended something that we can do, but actually what he recommended was that the bank statements get taken directly from the bank, and Paula admitted in the finance committee that she gets them directly from the accountant, which is exactly what he said was inappropriate. And on top of that, he also stated that, you know, that we shouldn't accept cash, which, you know, maybe we shouldn't, maybe we should. I mean, that's something I think we should discuss. I contend this is 2020 and we don't need to be accepting cash anymore. Everyone's got a debit card these days. I mean, crap, you don't even have to swipe debit cards anymore, practically.
Yeah, you have an Apple phone?
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, and while at the end of the day, the amount of cash we receive at the front desk is probably pretty minimal, you know, it's not like people are gonna be stealing hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars or whatever, but, you know, it's still a recommendation that seemed to just be dismissed, you know, and also, like, yeah, Leslie, I think you did misstep a bit by going out to get RFPs before this. I think you should have discussed this with the finance committee, given us a recommendation, and the board would have decided that, yes, we should go put this out for RFPs. You know, I just have some problem. You know, the 7 weeks thing and being prompted 7 times, that gives me some big concerns. And, you know, with that information, maybe it is prudent to let this person go. You know, prior to knowing that, I didn't think any of the other statements for bringing up why we should fire him were prudent or relevant, in my opinion. And his control deficiencies, I think, are things we should do. And you know, I don't know, maybe we've implemented them since that presentation that he gave to Finance Committee last year. Maybe Paula is getting statements directly from the bank now instead of from the accountant. You know, and like the fact that he gave examples of what would happen if you don't heed his advice, and like he was chastised for doing that, like that doesn't make sense to me. He was telling you what could happen if you don't heed my advice. Him saying, he gave an example about how this board member got their statements directly from the bank and from the accountant, and the accountant was using Adobe Pro to edit PDFs from the bank to reconcile her embezzlement of funds, basically. Like, we don't want that happening here. That's a prudent thing that we should change, and maybe that has been changed since, but this was months ago that presentation happened. I'd hope we've made that change. But yeah, that's all.
Just so you know, there is an amendment on the table, 2 tables, I'm sorry. So therefore, the list of people that I have will have to speak to the amendment before we can go back to the original motion. All right, so now I have Karen, Leslie, and Whitney.
Okay, I hope I'm doing this right because I think it's still relevant, but cut me off if it's not. speaking of postponing it because you don't feel like you have enough information, I want to provide some clarity about what the Finance Committee felt was, having been part of the original audit discussion with him and the meeting the other day, the general feeling was that he didn't understand our processes. And that is a concern because the implication is that he is then not able to find where we might have errors. I know he brought up some, and I don't have problems with the things that he recommended. But my recollection from the original meeting when he gave the report to us was that he recommended that another board member review bank statements. And when we told him we did that, that was new information. My understanding is that Paula gets, I wish she was here tonight, but Paula gets them sealed in an envelope. That doesn't mean there's no ability to tamper, but it isn't just like it's being handed over. And then he amended it to say maybe online access or something like that. But the overall feeling was that this was a larger organization and maybe a little bit more complex than he was used to. And the implication of that isn't that, oh, it's fine, we'll just give him some time. An audit is to provide assurance that our financial records are correct. It's not something that you want to give a lot of grace for. That's what the auditor is for.
And I'm not sitting here suggesting we give him grace. I'm saying I want more information to be able to make the determination that termination is appropriate in this instance.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. President Lester.
Yes, the first comment that I want to make is that the board has, can rely, according to the RCWs, the board is able to rely on the opinion of a professional, whether that be an attorney or a reserve study person or what, a professional in their field for decisions. And therefore, we have been given an opinion by our attorney, and we can rely on it. Now, second guessing somebody who has a deeper knowledge than I do in the field of law, I don't think that's appropriate. And okay, speaking to tabling the motion, I think that Robert's rule speaks to that and says that there is no discussion required, that it is to be voted on immediately. Is that true?
Yes.
Linda?
It's table, but isn't it just, that's it?
Table, that's it.
It's table.
Right, it's tabled and it's done. Okay, move on.
So are we getting the attorney's opinion? I don't have that.
It's tabled. I mean, the motion has been tabled, the whole discussion has been tabled, we're done.
Did you vote on it?
We didn't vote on that.
We haven't voted on that.
Yeah.
And we still have two speakers.
Is it?
We still have.
We haven't voted on that yet, Les.
Yes, we're moving on to the financial statements.
Do I get to make a comment?
Oh, no, there's not even discussion, right?
Well, you didn't vote on it.
Once something is tabled, like you're talking about doing, because AJ wants further information, normally I thought we always just.
Table it, then we stop. Stop talking.
And then it has to come back for vote.
And then it comes back, right. Right.
There can be discussion on an amendment, but the amendment obviously comes before the original motion.
Well,
And that has to be played out before the original motion can come back. But if there's discussion on the amendment to the motion, then the discussion can continue until somebody says, the president can say, if there's no further discussion on this, then we call the question, or he can say, we table this until further.
I don't believe you even vote on a motion to table.
No, you don't.
You just table it. Unless somebody has.
So we got everyone saying different things on what we're supposed to do here?
Right. It's there.
So why don't we just have this discussion, since it seems to be a pretty important matter here?
I would question that.
I mean, Mike just said we can
Because you
discuss
said
it.
you're not satisfied with the information you have, I don't know what more we have to discuss. If you're not satisfied with the information.
I guess, are we gonna be provided this information? Like you say, we have an attorney's opinion, did we request that? Andrew, did you request that from the attorney? Andrew's saying no, so are you requesting stuff from the
No,
attorney?
the general manager did when he heard that there was a possibility that we might release the auditor. And he knew that we had signed contracts. He thought it was prudent to ask the attorney if that was, if we could do that.
And I agree, I think that was prudent, but
Okay.
why was that not shared with the board?
I haven't got the full written opinion. All I have is a verbal from him right now.
I mean, yeah, we need to see that.
Yeah.
Like, hands down, I think
Okay.
everyone
In
can
other words,
agree with
You
that,
don't
is
have enough
that,
information, so we can't move forward.
So then is it automatically added to the next meeting's agenda?
or do we have to make the motion to
No,
include when it
no.
comes back up, or?
No, when it's tabled, it would automatically come up to the next meeting.
A motion like that is typically tabled until a time certain. And you just simply said table it, so you didn't mention a particular time you wanted it brought
Until
back.
the information's available.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so therefore, I am taking
You can take me off.
Whitney and AJ off, and now I'm putting Josh on, but Josh, there's really, now that
This is just a general question
Okay, but now we have to go, now that that's been tabled,
about tabling.
okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand. So as long as the tabling is seconded, then it's tabled. Okay.
My understanding is that it becomes in effect at that point, yeah.
I think Robert's wrong on that one.
I don't think that's
Sounds
true.
heavy.
You may know.
I could just feel
I've only got my,
done.
my little thing, but I don't have my book. But I will go back home and get my regular Robert's Rules for Dummies out and make sure that that's correct.
AJ, check the last page on that where you
But
you
as a
find.
matter of fact,
Oh,
now
no,
that it's
that is the
tabled,
table.
which is a good idea, we'll have two answers when that comes up. Whether we were right doing this, or we were wrong doing this, but we will still have the ability to go over all the stuff that AJ requested.
Okay.
We also have the option to suspend the rules. We vote to
Tomorrow
suspend
night?
the rules.
Okay, so, Mr. President, moving on.
2019 financial statements.
At this point, it's all these pieces of paper.
Can I just answer Josh's question here? This thing states here that you say this, I move to lay the motion on the table. May you interrupt the speaker? No. Do you need a second? Yes. Is it debatable? No. Can it be amended? No. What vote is needed? Majority. Can it be reconsidered? No. So we do have to vote on it.
We have to vote on it, okay?
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Remember, now you're voting on the amendment to
Which is
the
Table.
original motion, which is to table the original motion.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. We should always restate the motion. Thank you. With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you, AJ.
All right. So we have the November financials on pages 78 to 83. Okay, why don't you go ahead and start on the,
Okay, sure. So I'll talk about the November financials, which we'll just start on page 78 with the balance sheet. This will be brief. So the main thing, obviously, with this balance sheet is what you really want to see is that the total current assets are more than your total current liabilities, otherwise you're eating into your or like, for example, prepaid assessments. Now, that is not the case right now. We have a healthy difference between the two. And I'll get in more to that with the income statement. Yeah, I think I brought this up last time, but in case I didn't, but down in the capital long-term liabilities section where you used to see the gym loan, now you don't see that line anymore because that gym loan's been paid off, so it's gone.
That was under which section, sorry?
Oh.
Or where was it previously?
So that was, you see that capital, like middle of the page?
Yep.
Capital section of it. So basically the long-term liabilities down below.
Okay, thank you.
That's where that showed up. Now, if we go into the income statement on page 79, so the good thing, so your collection rate is at a really nice 97.2%. Last year at this time it was 97.4%, so it stayed really good over this entire year. Down below, in terms of like total expenses, 3.2 million. So the important thing with that is, of course, you know, lately I've been talking about your expenses to revenue ratio, which, so in this case, it's 91.8% of revenue. So basically that means for every dollar of revenues that you take in, you're spending 91.8 cents of that. Now last year at this time it was 95.2%. So that's an improvement over last year at this time. Your net income is 286,000. That's an increase of 143,771 from last year at this time. And I'll also point out in terms of for net income, so the decision was made to spend $64,427 on pothole repairs, and that came out of operations instead of taking that out of capital from the surplus. Now, just for the fun of it, if I back that out of it, and let's just assume you didn't do that, then your expenses to revenue ratio would have been 89.98%, which would have been better. But the good thing is that was used to spend on fixing potholes. It wasn't used to take the staff out for a party. You know, so. Now, if we turn the next page to page 80, and AJ, you know, like you brought up, you were talking about the board recommended carryover balance of 600,000. So, like, you know, just a real fast run through of this. So that very top line, that net available cash, 12/31/2018, top bold line. So that will tie back to the balance sheet on page 78. So that would tie right back to the December 2018 capital cash balances. And you can see with SURF, so that was 378,709 at the end of December 2018. So there is a case to where, yes, you did fall below that $600,000 recommended carryover balance. Now, at this point, if we just go down, basically that net usable cash at 12/31/2019, second line from the bottom, so that's under SURF, 115,465. That's assuming that you're earmarking 600,000 that won't be spent. And basically what this does is this takes into account, like when it says obligated expenses, a couple lines above that, and like golf course irrigation year 2020, it's basically treating it as though like everything that you've approved for capital has already been spent in a sense. So it's like already earmarked it. And so that 115,465 after that 600,000, that's what you have to work with right now. If all these invoices came in for capital and you had to pay it. So then it was kind of getting back to AJ's comment, you know, whether or not it's better off to just flat out pay cash for something or to lease it. It would just come down to whether or not you wanted a chunk of cash to spend on something else versus making, you know, you could make payments instead of just having a big initial cash outlay. Now, if we turn the page to, page 81 is, basically it's from a departmental standpoint, and that's current month. If we go to we might as well at this point at page 82, since we're so deep into the year, just go to the year-to-date statement. And this is where, like before, we've been talking about golf earlier this evening. So if we go down to the golf line, you'll see the second column from the very right, that the golf net income at November 2019, $41,836. So now last year at this time, it was a loss of $11,954. So that is quite a significant improvement. And obviously that comes, really what that's coming from is the increase in the revenues, the first column on the very left. So the actual revenue is $883,731. That's an increase of close to $100,000 from the prior year, from November of 2018. Now the rec center, of course, that was, Karen briefly talked about that. So the rec center is sitting at $17,159 net income as of November 2019, which is, well, they were expected to be at a loss of about $4,500 at this time, what was budgeted. So that's better to budget of $21,500. And in terms of those are pretty much the real highlights of these financial statements. If anyone had any questions on that.
I got a couple of questions. So on page 78, we have the capital fixed assets, and fixed assets unaudited November 30th, 2019 at 11 million, almost $12 million. In the management letter from the auditor, he discussed our capitalization policy. I'm kind of curious. He mentioned that, in the finance committee presentation that he gave a number of months ago, he mentioned that basically it looked like our roads and stuff were capitalized as a fixed asset worth something, and he kind of disagreed with that assessment, saying you can't really sell the roads, like no bank would actually consider that equity that you could borrow against. And so I'm curious what all is included in that $12 million that are fixed assets, helping, create
so basically
a large amount of member equity, basically. And that was something he kind of questioned, whether we actually had that much member equity.
Yeah, what's included in that amount is going to be all your SURF and all your roads amount. Of course, in the capitalization policy, anything that's over $2,500 with a useful life more than 1 year and approved by the board is going to be in this amount right here.
So have we, as a board and/or finance committee, discussed said capitalization policy after the audit and whether or not we should continue to include those things? I mean, obviously, tonight we're discussing terminating this auditor, but, I still think, him and his team both have 20+ years experience doing audits, so I don't think he's just giving us a bunch of baloney, basically. I guess I'm curious as to what you would think of that. As I understand, you were a previous auditor at one point before your Sudden Valley life. Maybe I heard you wrong when you said that.
No, that's correct, yes.
Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, for example, for the culverts and the swales, which is part of that, the amount that's on the roads amount. So Larson Gross, of course, we went to them, of course I wasn't here at the time, but you guys went to them for their opinion on whether or not, the work on the culverts, whether that can be capitalized as part of the roads. And their assessment was that it's adding to the useful life of the roads, and yes, it can be capitalized. So in terms of the roads, it's pretty much probably a general held belief that the roads is a capitalizable thing. And of course, Larson Gross agreed with that as well in terms of their assessment for culverts work.
So I guess refine my question a bit. So, okay, that's what it includes. That $12 million is a huge driver in the bottom number of the total member equity. So in your opinion, is our total member equity actually that number? Our auditor was basically saying, no, it's not, because we include roads which actually has no equity because you can't sell them. I mean, even if you salvage the roads, they're not worth anything more than just some recycled asphalt pavement money, basically, which is, you know, worthless almost, unless you're a local jurisdiction doing massive paving projects. And so I guess my question is, like, do we actually have that much equity, or are we including stuff that's not actually worth anything?
Well,
I mean, if the bank won't give you a loan against it, is it actually equity, is I guess what the auditor was saying.
Can I go?
Well, I guess I would like his opinion.
Okay, but it's been discussed before that when we get a loan from the bank, I believe, and you can verify that this is true, but we use our revenue as our collateral, not the assets themselves. I believe we're actually not allowed to use our.
I understand that, but we're still claiming we have this much equity, and the auditor was disagreeing with that. So I'm wondering, in your opinion, if you agree with that assessment, regardless of if you can get a loan or what. That was just an example he gave as to why he doesn't believe there's that much equity. I guess in your opinion, do you believe that we actually have that much equity? Like, are the roads and all of that stuff really driving equity? I mean, we know there's an inherent value to the roads, to the entire association, because everyone needs to get to their homes, but do they actually have value that gives us equity?
Yeah, so I think I know where your question's going. It's not necessarily a matter of what the accounting theory says you can do, but in reality.
In reality, are we way overstating basically? I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding what member equity means, but in my eyes, that means your net worth essentially as an association.
Yeah, oh yeah, and the roads are being included. Yeah, right now.
And should they be? The auditor essentially, I believe, was saying they shouldn't be. So I guess I would like to know your opinion on whether they should or shouldn't be included. Because I guess I tend to agree with the auditor. They have no worth other than if you were to grind them all up and use them as wrap to do a new paving project, which you can only, most local jurisdictions, as far as wrap goes, they only allow about 20% recycled asphalt material to be used in a new asphalt mix.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it comes down to, if you don't include it, you know, you can do one of two things with the roads. You can either capitalize it or just expense the whole thing immediately. I guess at the end of the day, the cash is out the door anyways, so to speak.
I guess he said we should, his recommendation, if I remember right, was to write them off. As I believe from watching his presentation to the Finance Committee in August of last year. So I'm wondering if that's a prudent thing we should do, if it's not, kind of what your take is on that, and whether or not, you know, yeah, but I guess that's my question.
Well, tell you the truth, I would probably just leave it as member equity.
Why?
Because it would be consistent with what you've always been doing in prior years. I mean, you could write it off if you want to, but I guess you would ask yourself the question, what would it do for you if you write it off? Like, how does that help you necessarily if you write it off?
I guess, does it hurt us? And it just because we've always done something doesn't mean it's the right way to do it.
Yeah.
Where would you put the roads under operations or capital at that point, AJ?
I guess I don't know.
That's what
our road program is under capital.
Right, okay.
And so I'm curious, you know, I guess I'm asking Joel as the accountant who has also been an auditor, like, why did the auditor say that? What was his, you know, he just said that, right? There was no, like, really much further discussion in the Finance Committee meeting regarding whether that was actually appropriate or not, whether we should do that. Maybe it was discussed at a later Finance Committee meeting that I haven't watched. I mean, I'll be honest, I have not watched all these Finance Committee meetings. You know, so I guess I'm just curious what your opinion is. I'm asking you, as our professional accountants, whether he's out to lunch or if he has a valid point. I mean, I agree, Joe. Pothole repair, in my opinion, shouldn't be capital. It's not capital, it's maintenance. That could be argued depending upon how much money you're actually spending, but our maintenance department does pothole repair. I don't repair potholes as a project engineer. But paving roads, drainage culverts, stormwater treatment, all of that stuff at the county is capital projects or
And do they
whatever.
list it on their assets?
That I do not know. So, I mean,
So that would be-
that is someone else's job in the county, and,
But that would be-
at this point, I don't dive into someone else's job at the county, but at this point,
But
as a board of director, it's my job to understand that for our association.
But isn't that the same
I mean,
question?
I can certainly go to the county and ask that of our finance guy.
Yeah, but isn't that the same question, though? If the county lists as an asset, then...
Yeah. But the county also has a lot of different, they bring in road fund money, gas tax money. There's state laws that govern, there may be a state law for the county that says it has to be capital and it has to be tracked as such, even if it isn't listed as a net asset for the county, which I don't know either way.
Right.
I suggest that we are looking for more detail than is available tonight, and I am going to suggest that we table this discussion until the second meeting in February and have staff come back to us with a full description of what fixed assets are and what is included. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
No
We
discussion
can't
on
discuss,
table.
we just have to
Can't
vote.
discuss.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Yes.
We're not voting.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, the motion
Sure,
carries.
I'll table it.
And who was the second on that?
I was.
Karen.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last item under the treasurer's report is the capital reporting on pages 84 to 86. And this is a list of all of the projects to date that have been opened and approved by the board for, first of all, SURF on page 84, roads on 85, and UDR on 86. Questions?
You won.
You have me first, Mike? Yes. Okay. My question was just about, we still have the cardio equipment lease on here as open, and I was just curious when we would close that out.
This, this is definitely going to be closed out in terms of like a year-end thing, that is for certain. So I was actually just thinking about that even tonight, sitting here, so, yeah.
So I guess I have that same question about a lot of these things. It looks like a lot of these things have been, Green's triplex mower, it's getting late. SEC parks, maintenance vehicles, pressure pump number 14 pump station, furnace replacement, liquid de-icer, all of them, the loan projects, all seem to be to the point where they're ready to be closed out. Is that just a year-end thing, why they're not closed out? Why, I mean, they seem like they've spent their money at this point and they should be closed.
The only thing with the projects other than the loan, that won't be closed out until everything is completed. So the loan stuff will stay open right now.
What do we got left on that?
Well, we still have a couple of things coming in from Area Z yet. Some last little stuff from the county and mainly some permitting, the last little walkthroughs, so.
Like
once
final
that-
occupancy type stuff and whatnot?
Yeah, so I'm expecting that should be within the next week or so, we should have that final bit of that. But once that is done, then you'll have a surplus, and then finance will have to decide what they want to do with the remainder of the funds. And once that is done and voted on by the board, then we'll close that out.
Okay, and then on the CVC wages, taxes, and benefits, I'm just curious as to why the money didn't get spent on the culvert stuff. It looks like we still have $59,000 left over. Are we just not caught up with
We're just
our
not-
payroll, or?
No, we're just not caught up with the work. So what's going to happen this year is we're running 2 crews.
So that money, that 59,000 is rolling over into
Correct.
next year's culvert veg control budget?
Correct.
Okay. And then, have we ever looked at the cost of contracting some of that work out instead of bringing in temp employees to train them and all the admin to interview and do that type of stuff?
We have not. We have not. It's not something that we're opposed to, but we can look at it for this year.
Okay. I guess I think it would be a good idea. It seems like hiring temp employees versus someone who's potentially a professional at doing that type of stuff maybe. And I don't know, maybe we just use the temp employees as like flaggers and stuff, or what? Do we use flagging, or do we not really care since our roads are basically lightly traveled?
No, we run flaggers.
Okay. And then I guess I'm just curious, I had sent you an email previously asking why a number of these things were over budget, and your reply back on some of them was that a number of these things were kind of lumped together under one contract or whatever. I'm just kind of, is like the date, approval date, like saying like the culvert 25 and down were all 3/28/19, are those all under like one contract, or I guess I'm curious which projects are under, how many contracts do we have for all of these different things?
What it was is, what you had here was for design only.
Yeah.
Okay, so we what I did is with P&W, they took all of those culverts and had it designed as one unit. And then we have broken out for each of those units, so when we go out to bid, you can bid it out as that. But as far as the design aspect went, it was just one big group.
Okay, so like culvert 25, 200, 212, 213, 315 was, those are just one contract. Then there could be other things that are another, or like is windward drainage design also included in that?
No, windward was done, that was done by Wilson.
Wilson.
That was part of Wilson.
And so, okay, that makes sense. I guess I'm also curious, as I'm still having a hard time understanding. I get the concept that these were packaged into one project, but why, like culvert 200 were $19,000 over budget? I mean, if we got a scope of work for that culvert design that was 11 grand, like what caused us to go so far over budget on that specific design?
It was just it was just how it was broken down within the internal. I mean, what we did is when we worked with P&W, we had the whole scope of work and we bid it out as one big project for them. So it's just, the whole project costs this. So instead of pulling everything together, we just put it in those as that.
Do you, in the scope of work, do you separate each culvert into an individual task? And then track each task individually?
We will once the entire project goes to bid. This is just for the design aspect of the project.
But you're not doing that for design?
No, it was just, I gave them all those groups as one to bid out as all.
I guess, just a recommendation for me as a county who hires engineers to do this exact same thing, we would break each culvert into a separate task, and we track each task, and each task we would go and make sure that if they're going over, I mean, it's not like it's inappropriate to go over budget on a specific task as long as you don't go over the maximum amount payable on the contract, but to go like 19 grand over budget, I would be sitting down with my consultant being like, WTF, how did we get 19 grand over on an 11, I mean, you're talking almost 200%, so I guess for me, just a recommendation on how we manage and structure contracts
you know,
But all-
heated or not, but,
But all, just so you know, all four of them are still under the.
yeah, and that's good. I guess I'm just curious why one specific, you know, the 19,000 is pretty alarming.
It
Like,
is.
I'd be going to P&W and being like, you gave us an $11,000 estimate here, and then.
No, P&W did not give us the $11,000 estimate.
Well, they had to have estimated the scope of work that you gave them.
That bid came from Wilson.
So but the contract to design it is with P&W.
Correct.
But since you didn't break each culvert out as a separate task, then so I guess, all right, I'll just,
Go ahead.
I don't know, I just like, it's a bit confusing to me, that process.
Okay.
You know, I guess we don't need to sit here and hash it out, but maybe, you know, we could schedule a time to meet and we could kind of discuss contracts a bit and
That's
like,
fine.
you know, some of that stuff and how, you know, we would do it and, you know, just kind of compare notes.
I have no problem with
I would
that.
hope you would share that with the entire board.
For sure.
I have no problem with that, so. And just so you know, the other, if you look at the other overage in that was 30 Fairway. What we had set aside this year was 36,000 for design, and you have about almost 52,000 set aside for this year in roads to do the actual work.
Okay.
So when we were in here doing some work, we had it put out, and the one company was already in here doing work. They were already immobilized and did the whole project with design and installation for 53, so.
So that's why we're over budget, and
Yeah.
that one was contracted as just its own contract?
Own contract, we had, so the 17 actually did not come out of capital, it went out of operations, but again, we had the crews in here, put it out to bid, and we saved, you know, basically, you know, about 33, 34,000 just on that project alone.
Okay, and I guess by taking that money out of, I mean,
It's
so
still.
the board, I don't know if it was last meeting or 2 meetings ago, we voted to put the surplus of the operations budget against the CRIF loan. Are we pulling money away from that surplus that we?
We did a little bit, yeah, but that's operations, and this was already done prior to that.
And is
So,
that same with like the pothole repair too?
yeah, that was all done prior to the board.
Board vote.
Mhm,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
And as the bills came in, it took it down. But again, we had the operational monies for that, and why we had it, I thought it would be a very prudent idea to get all of our roads as much done as we could while we had it.
Okay.
Okay. More questions? That's it for treasurer.
Great, thank you, everyone. We'll move on to committee reports and voting as necessary. Communications.
I have, excuse me, I have people to add to, I have a person to add to communications, Sunny Palm tag for communications, please.
What is it, approved by acclamation? Is that what we do?
Can you spell her name?
PALMTAG. For document review, we have no one. For emergency preparedness, we have David Lilly, Tom Fields, Mark Lester, and Steve Teske. And just so you know, that the subcommittee from the LRPC that was heretofore known as the Community Safety and, Scott, help me, what was it called? Community Safety and Planning. And Security is then folded inside EPC. They will be a task force, but they will do their meeting and reporting through the EPC. Under Finance, we have Rick Gray. Long Range Planning has no one. Parks, Trails, and Recreation, we have Aaron Broom, Dixie Kingman Eddy, Kathleen Laughlin, Lucinda Rigas, or Riga. I apologize if I don't know, the S is silent.
and Bob Wolf, all those people.
Okay, do we want to approve by acclamation?
Please.
Okay. There you have it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I'm next with long-range planning.
Well, may I do a little report
Yeah.
real quick? So I believe it's April 21st, the Communications Committee will be hosting Bellingham High. We spoke with Joseph, I will not try to pronounce his last name. Last night, we met with him, and they're going to be having a forum that's about connections and creating connections among the community for parents and even students to come out and talk with educators and learn about some of the options that the schools provide and what they're going to be doing. We're still working out the details of that, but it'll be Tuesday, April 21st.
Anyone? Okay. Since I've been fairly long-winded tonight, I'm not going to go over and just read all this emergency preparedness or the long-range planning committee survey results. Josh was grateful enough to create this nice infographic for us that kind of summarizes the pages of the survey results, which was, you know, quite a few pages. So I guess I'll just leave it at that the community can go and take a look at this infographic forum. Lisa, have we done an email blast with this infographic yet?
Not yet.
Could
Would you like them to go out on Tuesday?
Could we do an email blast with that? And I think also just as another attachment, just include the survey in its entirety as well, in case anyone in the community is interested in.
So you want all the raw data there too?
Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, if the community wants to dive through 100 pages of that stuff, then, you know, more power to them. But I think Josh's infographic really does sum things up nicely. And I think if one thing to point out with it is that I believe there's a little asterisk underneath each of these different categories that tells you how many people responded to each question. So, you know, you can't really read it on our handout here, but if you get the whole high-res PD or image, I don't know what it is, Josh, sorry.
It's a PDF.
PDF, like on a computer, you'll be able to read it just fine. And so, yeah. The community results, I think we got about 15% of the community responded. So, you know, it was brought up previously, I think Mike Coydell in his thing was talking about how we reach out to the community and get more results, and we need to go back to the drawing board and continue to figure out how we can get, I don't know if that's a door-to-door and start canvassing the neighborhood. If that's the only way we're gonna get, you know, 2,000 responses to a survey, then maybe that's what we have to do. But, you know, kind of go back to the drawing board, and we need more than 15% of the community to respond to some of this stuff. So again, community, please, you know, I'm sure we're going to be doing more surveys in here. That's been, you know, a big thing everyone keeps saying they want to give input and stuff like that. So when we do a survey, people need to take the time to fill it out. I mean, you can't scream and say we're not being heard, you know, and then don't fill out the survey. So we gotta, you know, and that's on us too, to figure out how to reach more people too as well. So, you know, we'll all try to do better. And then as far as long-range planning, Mike alluded to it a little bit. I've removed the subcommittees. Most of them were mimicking existing committees we already have. So, you know, I'm still in the process of kind of configuring the plans for long-range planning, but, you know, my goals are to use long-range planning to do deep dives into our, you know, capital road plans. Our new reserve study's gonna be coming out. I think it would be prudent, you know, for long-range planning to dig into that and, you know, give some recommendations to the board. Andrew's brought up creating strategic sessions, which I think is discussed later on. Maybe not, I don't know, but that's something we're talking about scheduling, which would then, the board would give some recommendations to long-range planning on things to do some upfront legwork on, you know, and Joe even, you know, at a previous meeting said that, yeah, he would agree that that's a good process for how we should go about that. And so, we'll, hopefully be up and running here shortly.
Mr. President, Karen and then Josh.
I just want to ask a question about the surveys. Did you guys put the questions together themselves, or did you have someone come in to do that?
And I don't know, Scott, maybe correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe the various subcommittees all discussed questions that they wanted. I believe there's still questions laying on the table that are kind of scheduled for a second survey to jump off of this. So it was like subcommittees of long-range planning, the main committee as well. I'd love to go to each of our standing committees as well and get input from them, and that's a big goal with me with long-range planning, is to really collaborate with our standing committees and ask them, to do things for us. Like, for example, we have a Parks and Rec subcommittee, we have a Parks and Rec committee. I would propose just asking the Parks and Rec committee to help us with long-range planning effort of Parks and Rec. Is that accurate, Scott?
Yeah, I think it was gonna be a series of surveys that were kicked off with safety as being the first survey.
Yeah, the first survey was originally to get health, safety, welfare for the community so that we have an idea of some of the needs and wants of people within the community.
When I was in charge of long-range plan,
Sorry, we had Karen, Josh, and then you.
I just wanted to, so when I was on long-range planning, when we were saying the same thing, we had sent out a few surveys, and someone reached out to us that actually did them professionally and kind of let us know that there's a very specific way to do it to get the answers that you want to really be able to do the data. I do think that, this one was, I think it was very well done. And I am not an expert in surveys at all, and I'm not criticizing any of it. I'm just saying that that was some way back, and I can't remember the community member's name, but reached out to us and said, you really want to make sure, if you're going to put the time into doing this, to making sure that you're getting it to where you can get objective results out of it.
Do you have, they're a member of the community?
They are a member of the community.
Could you rack your brain for who they are?
I can try. I can. I will try.
Josh.
I just wanted to say that, with this last survey that went out, it had like a Survey Monkey weird URL and stuff like that. It's kind of hard for people to remember. So next time you see survey on any of the materials, it's just going to be suddenvalley.com/survey, and it'll direct you to the appropriate one.
Mr. President, Leslie.
when the long-range planning committee was looking at doing surveys last year, each one of the subcommittees was asked to present 10 questions of information that they would need in order to do their job, to bring their deliverables in. And it was decided to do the safety one first. So there are a whole lot of other questions out there laying on the table from these other subcommittees, if you wanted to talk to them about that.
Yeah.
Okay, AJ.
Sorry. Karen, if you remember that person's name, or if anyone listening here remembers said person's name, obviously we could also potentially spend minor funds to contact someone who's also a professional. But if we have someone in the community who does that professionally and would do it gratis for us, that would be probably the way to go. I'm done. Anything long-range planning.
Any more committee reports?
Oh, yes, actually, I apologize. Parks, Trails, and Rec is meeting Monday, 6:30 downstairs.
Any further committee reports?
Since there's no one, I don't think there's anyone here left from NNE, but I was asked to give an update on the ballot count. Would you like me to do that? Okay. There currently have been 735 ballots received. 15 of them were returned undeliverable. And 3 are invalid because they weren't filled out. And 7 are not current.
Just to clarify, because
Sorry.
sorry. Just to clarify, because I know someone will ask, when you say not current, you are not including this year, correct? Because of the,
No, not the January.
Right,
No,
okay.
no, not
Thank
that.
you.
It's December.
Right.
And just for your information, we do contact the members and let them know that we've got their ballot, but they're not eligible to vote, but they have up until the day of the election to get current.
oh, that's really nice. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. President,
So in this election, they need to be current to vote then?
They all do, always, even if.
I thought the budget vote, they didn't have to be
There's no
current.
budget for this election, so.
Oh, yeah, I guess
Yeah.
I'm just, that,
So
as
in
a
our
different, like
AGM,
at the
they
AGM, the budget, you don't have to be
Right,
current?
correct. But any measures you do.
Okay, thank you.
Any further committee reports? Hearing none, we'll move on to continuing business and voting. Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay. Let's see, October 10th meeting, the board voted on policies that had been brought by the document review committee. And the minutes don't reflect totally accurately what the vote was. There has been one misunderstanding already by somebody who believed that a policy had been deleted when it actually hadn't. And so I have put this in so that if the board would like to kind of explain better what this vote meant, if we can start on page 88, where it shows the board-specific policies that were brought in front of the board. And they are listed out here, pages 88 and 89. Every single policy that's board-specific is not listed here. These are the only ones that were discussed. And therefore, when the minutes show to say delete all board-specific policy items except this and this, it really should read delete all board-specific policy items that were presented for discussion in the 9/26/19 agenda packet. And I would like to make that correction for both motion number 2 related to board-specific policies. And if you were to go on to page 90, it talks about general admin policies. There are 5 policies there. And motion number 3 states, delete all general administration policy items. Again, I would like to add to that were presented for discussion in the 9/26/19 agenda packet. Discussion.
Would it be better to make the motion state that we're deleting this policy, this policy, this policy, instead of referring it back to an agenda packet? Just to be more
We can make
clear.
that happen if you would like. You have a list of the policies here. Shall I read them all for you?
It's just so I understand, because I was not really understanding the documentation that you provided. The ones listed with the red policy number are the ones being
What's under
removed?
discussion?
Those are the ones being removed, basically.
But where it says board-specific, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 policies were brought forward. Of those, 11 of them were deleted, except for numbers 2005.01 and 2010.08. Therefore, we can make a list of all of the remaining ones and say those are deleted. And we can do the same thing for the general admin if that's what you prefer.
I guess it seems like we're now being asked to delete policies that I haven't had time to go look at each of these policies to see. Are we just being asked to clarify the
Okay, what
Is
would you
that-
like to do?
I'm just trying to clarify my understanding of
Great.
what I'm voting on. I'm not actually voting to remove these policies.
You
I'm
are
just
not.
voting
You
to
are not.
alter the minutes to read.
So that they clarify what actually happened.
Okay.
Mr. President, Karen.
My question is just that many of us weren't there. Is it appropriate for us to vote on clarifying minutes of a meeting where we were not present?
That's a good question.
That's a good question, and it's up to you. And we can just leave this the way it is, and if somebody in the future comes and says, well, you know, it says there that you deleted all of these things, and we really didn't, I don't know how to deal with that if we don't correct these minutes.
I mean, we've already had to have that conversation.
Yes, we have.
So, I mean, that's what brought all this up, basically, so. I guess I'm with Karen, I don't know the proper procedure on that.
I'll give you my opinion after Whitney talks.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I do think we should clarify it. I agree with AJ that we should list the numbers that are being deleted, just to, so
You think
there's
we should
no
list-
question.
Okay. Is that an amendment to the motion?
I don't think your motion
Oh.
is seconded.
Okay.
Can we even discuss that?
We should.
I got a big loss.
Meeting.
Yes.
And we will
I understand.
be voting on those minutes if those things are corrected the way that AJ and Whitney are specifying. And I think without having a motion, you're all set, personally. That's my opinion.
So,
Okay.
are you saying we can just, at the next meeting, present the updated minutes?
They will already be done, so, and you will be voting on the minutes from this meeting next time.
Right, okay.
So when you okay the minutes on this meeting next month, then basically you okay the corrections as you stipulated.
Okay. So then your suggestion is that we do not vote to correct the minutes from October.
Yeah.
But I make a motion today to delete these specific numbers.
But that's the problem, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4 members that weren't present at that time.
Right.
And so the information that they have is scant at this point.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that I think if we were just to go ahead and correct them the way that they've requested, that the minutes will reflect that, and then when we okay the minutes next month, then everything's hunky-dory. That's fine.
Would you like to make a motion? Or would somebody like-
I guess I'd like to just ask another question. Could we not just ask, I guess it would be Jamie with staff who does that, to go back to the meeting and just rewrite the minutes and present a revised minutes as part of next meeting's consent agenda?
Yes.
Or is that not okay?
Mr. President, Rich had his hand up and I kind of talked over him. I'm sorry.
I just want to address Karen's question. If you weren't there, you always have the ability to abstain the vote.
That was my. But can we have Jamie change the minutes?
The minutes have already been approved.
So but if we vote tonight to have her make an amendment to those?
To present and revise to reflect.
I guess maybe what you're saying is right. The people who weren't there abstain, and the ones who were can make that.
You wouldn't just change it, you would just state that it's a revision.
Yeah, you'd have to state it was a revision, but you would have, the people who did not vote on it would have to be the ones that would have to vote on it, correct, Mike?
Yes.
And then it would have to come back
They
to
were the only ones that can vote
vote,
on it, are the
right.
ones that okayed it.
that okayed it, and then it would have to come back to the board again, and they would be the only ones that could vote on it.
Voting on it again.
Yes.
Right. That's why I'm saying. that
But
if the corrections are made, then because they're made under this, the auspices of tonight's meeting, that when we okay the minutes next meeting, then yes, the correction has been made to the fulfillment of the requests from the new members.
But you
As
have
far as I'm concerned.
a potential of people not being here at the next meeting.
Well, it doesn't matter, because whether they're here or not, if the minutes are okay, it's 6 and a half dozen. If it's okay, there's only 4 or 5 people here.
Right, okay. Yeah, that would, the ones who voted on it are the only ones that can
Yeah.
vote on it. So
Fulfill the
the new
requirement.
people, you would have to abstain from voting in this, and it would be up to you guys who voted on it, and then we'd have to get it revised from internal and then bring it back.
So where does that leave?
What does a motion look like?
There's no motion.
Okay, so I just simply make the statement
Yes.
that this is what happened.
And this is how it's going to be rectified.
Right, okay.
And then, because you're correcting it, then the minutes are
Yeah,
going to
we'll show
reflect
that.
your,
Okay.
your correction.
Okay, so shall I read it again so that we capture it
Yes.
for sure? All right. In order to more accurately reflect what happened at the October 10th meeting, I suggest that the following words be added to motion number 2, which states, delete all board-specific policy items and add to that were presented for discussion in the 9/26/19 agenda packet. Also, to delete all general administration policy items that were presented for discussion in the 9/26/19 agenda packet. Period.
I'm sorry, but did you, in that, did you say that you were going to list them by number, like AJ? had-
All right, and just for extreme clarity, the board-specific policies that are being deleted are 1994.16, 1995.06, 2000.16, 2000.24, 2006.01, 2009.01, 2009.06, 2009.07, 2010.03, 2010.04, and 2010.07.
And these
Also delete general admin policies, 1994.03, 1994.09, 2000.21, 2009.05, and 2009.08. I think you will find that this has already been done on the website, and if you want to know the general category for each of these, there is a line on the right. Thank you. Moving on.
Perfect. Okay, we'll move on to, so this is just a continuation of our previous conversation about strategic planning. You don't need to take a lot of time. This is just to keep us moving along in the right direction to set a date for strategic planning. And we had discussed at the executive committee to recommend to all of you this evening that we make that date May 2nd. So there's two things here that I'd like is first, let's decide on a date, it's May 2nd. We can just put that on the calendar for now. And then second is to direct staff or the GM to identify a facilitator for our strategic planning session. So those are the two things I wanted to bring to the board this evening.
How long do we anticipate the session?
Yeah, so, probably a good full day. But one thing that I know is once we identify a facilitator, they'll be able to go through kind of what they recommend in terms of the length of time that they think we'll need to go through the strategic planning process. Yes. Oh, and a location for the strategic planning would be directed to staff to identify where we want to meet. And one of the ideas was that we meet offsite as a board.
Mean like the fire station?
No, well, so one idea was to meet at the B-Town conference room.
Four Seasons, yeah.
Or,
Sheraton's Four Points.
Sheraton, 4 Points. They have a conference room there apparently, you know, just somewhere offsite where we can all get together and go through this. But again, I was just hoping to direct that to the staff to identify for us with come back with a recommendation for where it should be located, or the facility. And then second is to identify some facilitators and make a recommendation to us for a facilitator. And then the third thing this evening is to identify the date for strategic planning.
I guess could we find maybe a free place to just go and not pay for I mean, maybe the library has like conference rooms, I think at like the downtown library. I don't know if one of the other fire stations maybe has a slightly larger conference room if we're feeling like our fire station is not big enough, or Geneva one, or blah, blah.
Hub, who is our insurance company, has a downstairs, almost a classroom setting type conference center, and it's free to us.
Okay, I think that'd be good.
Free is good.
So are we good with placeholder of May 2nd for now? And we can direct the GM for your magic to identify a facilitator. Okay. I don't think we need to vote on that.
Is the facilitator like a professional person that does that type of thing then?
Correct.
Like our parliamentarian?
There are
basically type
professional
thing?
people that do that, so I will reach out to our attorney. He generally is the one who could guide us in something like that.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So now we'll move on to new business and voting, team building session, but go ahead, Leslie.
Basically, just set up a time when we can get together as a board and just start to discuss what it is that we want to accomplish, how we are going to go, just some general agreements on how we're going to work together, and let's see, and what's the work in progress, how to get information from one another, any of the things that you want to know and that you feel would be helpful as we work together as a board. And I'm looking at, a couple of hours, maybe either on a Friday night or a Saturday or Sunday. How do you feel about doing something like that?
I would vote not a Friday night, Saturday, or Sunday, I guess. Those are, I mean, weekends are like my main time to spend with my family, and I don't think anyone wants to spend their Friday night doing that.
What's a good
I guess
time
I
for
would
you?
vote like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night, 6-ish type thing like we started here.
All right. We'll have to find a time when there's not another committee meeting then.
So are we just gonna, can we just discuss that via email and find a time and then bring it to the next board meeting as like to vote on? Do we have to vote on that?
No, you won't have to. That wouldn't be a vote. That would be up to you guys to determine date, time, and however you want to do it. There would be no vote for that.
Okay.
That'd be all up to you guys.
Can we have staff
And
determine options? Sorry.
Is it not like an official meeting? Like, are we allowed, I mean, I guess
I don't think it's, no. You're team building, you're not conducting business. You're
Okay.
getting together as a group of people to find ways to communicate and work better together. There's no voting, no issues of that.
I'd see each of us giving a couple of things that we need in order to be able to get our work done, and how we can help one another. What can I do that will enable you to come to a decision on some of these things, et cetera, et cetera? I'm hearing some of it as we go along, but if we just sit down and we discuss it, I think it'd be helpful.
Okay. So we can continue this discussion via email then?
Yeah.
Like to set a date and time,
Set a
basically?
date and time, yes, absolutely. That's- yeah.
Great, thank you.
Could I ask that maybe, since we need to work around committee meetings, could maybe staff give us some suggestions of
What's available?
week nights where we don't have a conflict of another committee?
Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Tuesday
Okay,
nights.
well, there you go.
And if you wanted to do it at the MPR, that would be probably fine, but it's also the fire station. Or the library.
It's time.
The library, there's only 9 of us.
Well, we'll continue that discussion via email, it sounds like. That we're- Okay. So we'll move on to property owner comments.
Hello, Ann Cope, 52 Louisview Drive. I don't know where to start. You know, I don't go to meetings and videotape things. I go to lots of meetings, and I only do that here. And for the reason of what happened tonight. The coffee house thing, you know, the fact that we had to tape it was ridiculous, but that's why, because we come here and we're told a totally different story. And there are denials, and we are accused of being conspiracy theorists on the site that many of you recommend, Friends of Sudden Valley. And if people knew, if they actually went to the meetings and did videotape, they would see why it's necessary. It's ridiculous. So you really, really need to acknowledge your transparency does not exist. And it's why the recall is happening. And I can't believe you can't understand that. Now we move on to the auditor. You have given so many reasons for that auditor. Tonight you created more. Tonight you brought up that he was hired on a certain day, but started a week before. That didn't come up before. You keep adding reasons. It's weird. The 7 times, I'm sorry, I don't buy the 7 times. Carol specifically said at the meeting 7, but she specifically corrected herself to several. So I would find out how many times he was actually emailed. That's really all I have to say. I think it's just really important that people, I want it on record, I want people to go back and watch this meeting, and I want them to see the denial about what happened at the coffee house, the pretense that things weren't said that were said, and that there was proof. And there were 5 people in the audience that were there, and then several people up here that were there. So, you can't deny these things. Thank you.
So at the coffee house, I wasn't gonna say anything to, because AJ was saying his thing about me at the coffee house, and you're bringing the coffee house up again. All I mentioned at the coffee house was a very, very high-level overview of a much earlier conversation that I had with legal, and in no way was speaking directly to the legal opinion that we had, which is why, AJ, you might have found that there were some inconsistencies in what I was sharing at the firehouse and with the legal opinion. But I can't sit here in an open meeting and discuss that legal opinion.
You used the words, "We have a legal opinion."
Right, but we have a legal opinion, that's correct.
So
But what
you
I was
can't
talking
have it
about
both
was-
ways. And so if you
So,
had a
ma'am,
legal,
I'm
you
trying
should
to respond
not.
to you, though. And so what I said was that what I said at the coffee house was my understanding, and let me tell you that at the coffee house, I wasn't serving in my capacity as a board member. I'm a member of the community so that we could all meet. So I wasn't representing the board in that capacity. And so what I said, that my understanding from an earlier, from earlier conversations was that from the floor, someone could be appointed to build a quorum so that the board would have a quorum. Otherwise, they can't do anything. And then I also said that then from there's now a quorum, and that the board can go ahead and go through the NNE to fulfill the remaining vacancies should all 5 of us be recalled. But I'm not going back specifically to the legal opinion.
You can't have it both ways, Andrew. You can't sit here and say, I wasn't acting as a board member, and then talk about board business. You chose to talk about that at a meeting.
That wasn't board business, though. That's not what I...
Really? A legal opinion from the lawyer was not board business? And you haven't shared it with NNE who put in a request, but you shared it at a coffee house.
No, I wasn't sharing the legal opinion, though. It was just a high level,
Again, the words, we have a legal opinion, and it says that, he says this. Those are the words. Very much like Leslie McRoberts posting on Nextdoor that they found out 90% of garbage was thrown away. She posted that maybe as a citizen, but that was a board member comment, which was also factually incorrect. And I've reached out to SSC.
May I answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay. I contacted SSC.
So did I.
Who told me that they pick up the recycling bins and they send them to Northwest Recycling.
Who did you speak with?
I called Northwest Recycling. And I asked what happened to the recycling that they received from SSC. I was told that it gets sent on to end markets and, I'm putting this in quotes, okay? It all gets recycled.
What is the date of your letter?
This is today, I call this.
And who did you speak with?
I'm sorry?
Who did you speak with?
No clue.
Well, I spoke to the director of recycling.
I called their number and they answered the phone. And then I asked where they send the materials that they receive from SSC. And I was told that it all goes to the U.S. end market processors. And it all gets recycled. She kept repeating that to me. Now, there are new recycling regulations that state that there can only be 3% contamination of recycling materials or it goes into landfill.
And that's not what happens here. We have a clean stream recycling.
Now, let's talk about
I
the
talked
cost
to the director of recycling.
The cost to Sudden Valley would include, if we would go back to recycling, dedicated containers for recycling, training and signage for disposal into these containers, oversight and cleanup by staff. I mean, if you look at the buckets back there, everything gets thrown into the same place. So therefore, it is not effective recycling. And the cost for recycling for this year would be $25,000. So
you are giving this information based on a phone call and you don't know who you spoke to. I spoke to the director of recycling. There are other options available. It is not just a one-tier thing. They have several options. So, you're basing this on hearsay, and I'm saying
hearsay is the company. I called the company and they told me this.
You don't know who you spoke with, and I'm saying, how do we keep doing the same things? I got actual information in writing from the director of recycling, and you're telling me that your information, because you spoke to somebody on the phone who you cannot name, is more accurate. I suggest, Brent, that you contact Rod Pemble at Recycling at SSC and ask him, and he'll give you some accurate information. Thank you.
Sam Shahan, One Whistling Swan Place. It's always a great name to say. I'm kind of dazed after that last thing. Simple thing, we're sending out mailers at times, some stuff in the mail. Can we piggyback that stuff? So we have a survey that I would like to see input from all the gates as far as survey items, keep it short, sweet. And if we're sending out a mailer for our ballot, can we stuff that thing in there too? It's like we do that. And also the view goes out, we still mail that. And that's a great place, I think, to have a nice, clear, simple survey. I mean, pick some stuff out that's easy to do. I don't think we need a lot of crazy stuff, but I would like to see questions from all the areas. You know, so there is some, I mean, so people have a little bit of input already from the mountain areas, places where there's different types of houses. So everybody gets a little say-so on the survey, you know, but just throw something in there in the, we do have a lot of room in there. I see a lot of editorial typing on the views pages. So somewhere in there, I'm pretty sure since we pay for it, we could stuff a survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Go ahead, Mike.
I have a suggestion if you're trying to send out a survey or any non-political information, that the Lake Water and Sewer will will print them, will fold them if they need to be, and will stuff them in the envelopes that go out to all of the residents in Sudden Valley. On Sudden Valley, I believe, is on odd months. Is that correct? Odd months? Are we odd months? I believe we're odd months. Anyway, I would be happy to take Mr. Josh down and introduce him to those people. He can get all the information he needs.
I'd love to. Probably want to figure out how many people are paperless. Because I don't believe we receive like paper bills from like Lucky because we run like an automatic payment.
I'm on the automatic payment, I get a bill.
I don't know, maybe my wife gets them because she pays that bill. But
Yeah.
I'll clarify.
So we're on board response, right? So speaking of paper, I know this has been discussed before, but we really got to get tablets because the amount of staff time and how much paper we use, like I know this packet's probably nothing compared to some board meetings, but it's okay, Mike.
It's not, it's not.
I think you should be using email too. But
Oh.
I think,
You're phasing him out.
no, I don't know. I don't think so. VP gets more time. But, no, I mean, come on, we really got to do something about this paper. We'll save staff time. You'll get a PDF of the agenda. You can print it out.
Not top of my book, do you have it?
Have a folder.
Hey Joshua, can I help you with that? We actually do have
Yeah, Jamie can print his.
we have an entire analysis been done as far as the cost of paper, the cost of ink, the cost of time, all of it, and it's a lot. And it's a one-time purchase of a tablet that would just go from board member to board member, just like they do in high school. They send out a laptop to kids, and then at the end of the period, they turn it back into the school district, and it goes to the next person. But all of that's been done, and we just need a thumbs up.
So
and
what do
it's
we need to
significantly
do?
cheaper with the tablet?
Obviously, there's a one-time expense, but yes. If you'd like to see those numbers, happy to show them to you. They're outdated. It's probably about a year ago that we did that. But
I don't need like a 15-inch iPad Pro or anything, just.
No, you just need to be able to read your agenda packet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And check your email.
Could you email that data to us?
I'll try to, yeah, it's like I said, it's a little bit old, but it's still valid. It's still
It'll be close
agenda
enough.
packets and, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
Sorry, Mike.
I will say though that the county council has gone that direction. We no longer print like all of these. I mean, their agenda packets are like 1,000 pages. It's ridiculous, but they've gone to a bare bones version with everything being basically electronic.
The Lake Whatcom Water and Sewer District has gone the same way. They have issued the commissioners iPads to use. It's for a couple of reasons. It's for saving paper as well as the fact that all communications now go through there. And if there were ever any lawsuits where the email were demanded, it would not be on your home personal computer.
So can we get an email on that? Would that be possible? Okay.
Yeah. I'll get you the data tomorrow.
Thanks.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Myself.